Hi. Hey. Hello. What's up, guys? It's Skycatlive. What's up? It's 12:57 a.m. on a Thursday. It's January 15, 2025. 2026, excuse me. 2015, sorry, 1/15/2026, and it's 72 degrees in my house on a Thursday night. Thursday morning. And hi guys, I'm sorry for the late night, and I'm sorry for the late start. And I'm just here to play some video games and stuff and do my whole stream and everything. And it's a very late start at 1 in the morning, but I slept from, I don't know, like 5 until 1 or something like that. Yeah, that's pretty long time, actually. Yeah. 10 hours, something. So, yeah, feeling pretty good. I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 1 in the morning, and we're going live. What's up, guys? Oh, good. I have money on X4. We're going to log into X4. We're doing Grand Theft Auto 5. Or, sorry, yeah, Grand Theft Auto 5. And then I'm going to get on 76 to start. We'll cue some videos. I'm going to drop it off the big face here. And there's not much to announce. I'm just getting to work and stuff. Hells yeah. Let us get to it. Do it to it. And I am looking for... Let's go to my gaming channel and see if there's anything good. Start off with gaming. We played creepy fishing game again. Make it bigger. We played the creepy fishing game again. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Fast Fredbear can teleport now. Not interested. Deadpool. I don't like Deadpool. I tried Hightail. I don't really want this guy. Steal a Brain Rot giveaway live. Steal a Brain Rot. Not interested. I stole every Celestial. Donkey's Best of 2025. Video Game Donkey. Kirby's Air Riders. Live Air Nutters with Cloaksy or whatever. Not interested. Does your personality determine what games you enjoy? Starting as a noob in Roblox. Arm Wrestle Simulator. All Deadpool unique interactions, and looks like Deadpool hit rivals. 10 seconds versus 1 hour giant maze building. I'm gonna... Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to bump my mic. I'm gonna extend a little higher here. Wedge you back like that, and then tilt you over like that. Yeah. And then bring you up. Yeah, there we go. And then a nice view here. Deadpool early access. Who's the liar in Roblox? Minecraft 2 is crazy. I played Deadpool early and he's crazy. Is this game better than Minecraft? It's Hightail. No, probably not. I played Deadpool early. Techie plays Wave Wednesday. Explaining every Deadpool. I don't care about fucking Deadpool and Rivals. Kiss her past Johnny in Minecraft. I'm looking for the worst setup on the internet. That's a little bit better. That's Linus Tech Tips. I shouldn't have investigated this place. Not interested. Not interested. Most of the shit that these people are doing is totally fucking not too good. New mansion raised. 4x money discount. Starting from nothing in GTA 5 RP. I built my first hardcore Minecraft nether. Why do you give me so much Minecraft content? I haven't looked at Minecraft in 10 years. Why do you care about Minecraft this much? I don't care about Minecraft. 10 recent good games that didn't sell well by gamer ranks. This is the hardest game ever made. Donkey Kong Country 2. 2 is not the hardest fucking game ever made. That's easier than 3. What are you talking about, you fucking idiot? First, look at every new Lord upgrade. Not interested. And that's the whole point. That's the engagement, is that whole indignation that I have. Raycons, huh? If every gym leader cheated. Surprising clicks with birthday presents. There's a Fortnite player. Every Deadpool voice. Surviving in the cultist stronghold in 99 nights in the forest. Not interested. Trying your Mario Party bot. Not interested. I stole every brain rot in Escape Tsunami. Bullying everyone on Roblox Drama Island. So look, out of the 50 videos that they supplied, maybe 7 of them were acceptable, none of them which I'm interested in. So I'm just going back to the main page. You can see that fucking YouTube is dying. It's insane. You can see it's all dying. Our country, YouTube, all of it is dying. Twitch, it's all dying. Fucking crazy. Wherever I look, I see entropy, decay, and planned obsolescence. It's like it was all on purpose too. Centurion recruit helmet. Play just one match of Black Ops 7 or Call of Duty Warzone. No thanks. Time to mine for gold. Get the Gold Rush bundle in the Atomic Shop now. Free in-game items already did. Coming into the Atomic Shop, I don't have anything free. We'll take a look at dailies, but I'm not too worried. I'm gonna loot this safe. How much money do I have? Oops. How much money do I have? Can't you show that when I open the menu? You're so dumb. How much money do I have? You're so stupid. 9.3 million. Good. First up, we'll go to... You know, I'm kind of curious to see what the performance is of all 4 games, and I'm just going to see. I'm going to fire up Once Human 2 and just see how Grand Theft Auto and Once Human interact. I'm going to have a look at the Grand Theft Auto settings one last time. Why are you asking? Are you going to directly... I'm just going to go in... No. 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 It's so annoying. Why are we walking? Stop walking. Stop walking. Stop it. Stop it. Stupid piece of shit cocksucker developer. Fucking failures. So, 9.3 million. Somebody here? Yeah, somebody's here, like, no. Network pirate? Network pirate. What's your level? It's 39. I'll go to my tree here, and read my access piece here. My raw fertilizer. Corn, water, we'll make corn soup. Am I using a shotgun? Line in the Sand's coming up. I'm going to do that. Go get some sleep for that. Gotta worry about my inventory. I'm going to take the money out of the safe. Loading bay. Give me my game. Come to this and... start game. Okay, we have 20 million. I'm going to wait till it's more and take a look at the different ships that we have running here. I have no unassigned ships, which is good. Fleet 9 is good. Fleet 8 is good. Fleet 7 is good. I'm part of Fleet 6. Beta and Gamma Group. I have lots and lots of escorts and stuff. I suppose I could take a look at selling something today. 3, but 1 and Fleet 1 and Fleet 2. Oops. Fleet 1 and Fleet 2 are gone. They're completely gone. Mineral Vanguard, undock, docked, and dock. Auto trade, find and perform. Auto trade, and auto trade. Okay, so... I guess you can't repair damaged ships. take the cord out of my mouse now. Oops. Oops, wrong spec. No, it doesn't run well enough. I'm gonna actually close once human, actually. So just close it, it's fine. Yeah, that's better. 3 games is enough for now. Yeah, I think I would like to bump this to low settings. There's really no reason why. We're not like custom, but yeah, or, well, no, these are good settings. Never mind, I'm gonna leave it. It's fine. Fuck, I missed the line in the sand. Damn it, I shouldn't have skipped that one. Oh, well, I'm busy. Doing stuff. Why is my... Oh, because I think my bird bones or something... Like, one of my... What? Or no, I'm just overweight, huh? No. One of my, my bird bones is gone. Fallout 76, what are serums under in a vendor? I'm gonna go shopping. Interesting setup. Look, he's got like a game room and in the back. Ooh, he has a lot of plans I need. Ooh, he has plans I don't have. I have 20,000 caps too. I'm gonna spend some caps. Formula P recipe. That's ooh, wow. Blue 5,000 caps. Behemoth Boss plushies. I gotta stop here. Agua Shell backpack. Oh, it's gonna break me back down. I'll leave that one there. Lots of blue, lots of money on plans here. Nuka-Cola Clog, Plastiform Gingerbread, Starlight, Recipe, Formula P, not bad. Look, good recipes and notes and stuff. Good 10,000 caps on notes. Okay, we're going back now. Oh no, we're going shopping for miscellaneous stuff. Mist 9, Mist 15. We'll go to Chaotic Thinking looking for his vendor. Gotta do a truck mission today. I got a lot of money stacked up. I guess it's a rainstorm all over Appalachia. That's cool. Where is your vendor? Speed Demon. I need bird bones. He had them, but Speed Demon. Got Speed Demon. Carnivore, Chameleon, and Eagle. Egghead, Grounded Herd. Got that. Marsupial and talons. I don't have the talons. $2,000 caps is a lot for talons. I'll buy all of this bubblegum. Talons for 2,000 is really fucking expensive. Dunk Pow has a lot of miscellaneous. Oh, it's a bridge base. There is... I like that Ken's Mystery Mission. I wish I had that.
Is anyone missing a limb? Being a baker is so much more relaxing than being a surgeon.
Nice, a free plan.
Oh dear, it seems I am fully out of icing. Oh, I hope they don't mind the cake reading half birth. I wish I had taste buds.
I'm currently at...
Of course I know how to make lady fingers.
Turtle the turtle. These bases are so cool. Where's your vendor, damn it? That's his bed. Where's your vendor? Oxford sort of cigarettes machine is really good. Where's your vendor? It should be the really obvious thing, but it's not. There it is. No, wait, that's not it. Where's your vendor? Ugh. This is his bed. Where the fuck is this vendor at? I don't see your vending machine, nodding donkey. There it is. Empath, electrically charged empath and plague walker. I don't have plague doctor. Plague walker, excuse me. Plague walker, carnivore, egghead, and electrically charged empath. Empath. I need bird bones, damn it. No bird bones on this vendor, unfortunately. Mole rat bat, I've not seen that before. It's no good. Okay, we are currently at Hurdle the Turtle. Indigo Fate. No misks, though they do have plans, so I'll just pop in and see if I can see their vendor quickly. I like it when they don't harass you. No, always worth a look. We're currently at Indigo Fate. Kane the Great has plans, but I'm not too interested. Mist, 49 Mist, NPC Hyperion. Ooh, someone's buying my stuff. $12,247, not bad. Brewing station, butterfly sanctuary, shop wrapping, and shop. There we go. I am here for Misk. No sale. No notes. Stim packs were cheap. How much does 127 stim packs go for? Oh god, 2.5 minutes and I'm not quite there. Go, go, go. Now I must focus or lose the whole run. I woke up feeling my ribs felt much better today. I'm starting to finally mend. It's good. I do. It does hurt. It feels like somebody socked me in the gut with a pair of iron knuckles, but it's getting better. And tomorrow I will. Well, not tomorrow, but the day after I will walk. It's good to be on the mend and feel like I can get back out exercising again. Because it's been like a week, fucking like 8 days or something. You know, I'm gonna kill this overhead light. I'll be right back. I'm also gonna get some ice water. I think I want to all blue light. How's my camera still? Camera's still good. Okay, I'm gonna pour some water. Halloween thing's annoying, gotta get away from it. Okay. Now. Cops are after me. Oh, looks like I take the free teleport back. Okay, Stimpaks. I'm currently at NCR Hyperions. Shibuzuo, he's got lots of Miskin plans. We'll go to there. Looking for bird bones. beautiful. I like the intro scene. It's beautiful. Wow. A lot of room in there. Burr bones. It's 2,000, but I want it because I don't want to look anymore. That's the one I came for. Burr bones. Healing factor. Got that. Item. Misc. Where's my burr bones? Is it aid? Burr bones. Plague walker. Burr bones and plague walker. Now I have my good jump again. Yeah, nice. I don't know how I lost my burr bones, but it cost me money. I wish it would make the jetpack much better. Burr bones. Wow. Quintino's. Let's just browse through one last time. Empath, grounded, healing factor. Oh, I don't have grounded. Your energy resistance increases. I don't know. I don't mind paying him because he had what I needed, but it's really pretty... He's really selling a lot of these for a lot. Herb mentality, scaly skin, speed demon, talons, and twisted muscle. Speed demons, talons, and twisted muscle. I don't... Oh, speed demon. I don't have talons. Talons. Your fist damage and bleed effects are increased, which is good, but I'm not using a fist thing right now. But I should have this. I need the talons. I don't want to pay that much for this one. The one that I noticed was burr bones, and now I'm not that worried anymore. Also, by the way, I had 20,000 caps. Now I'm down to 10,000. I blew 10,000 caps again. It's like every day now for like a while. I've blown 10,000, 1, 3, 5, 10,000 caps, something. It's been hard to maintain it. I should probably go, like, look at caps guides. Can't go shopping anymore. I'll fucking, yeah. Anyways, so... Take me home, country roads. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. I want to buy more mining ships and start a whole mining conglomerate, I guess, and then use it to just militarily fly around. I want to pull up some silicone wafer deals. You're buying for 380. I will buy for 135 and I will sell for 380. Yeah, 379 and 135. So we go in my ship. In my ship. Yep. I want you to buy... silicone wafers. Sell silicone wafers. Buy silicone wafers. Sell silicone wafers. Buy silicone wafers. Sell silicone wafers. Oops. Buy silicone wafers. Sell silicone wafers. Buy silicone wafers. Sell silicone wafers. Yeah. And we'll just see how that goes for a while. And we're going out. Flying. Okay, we're going to do our final gathering here of water and corn and stuff and do all our cooking. I picked up a lot of purified water out there, which is good because it's going to help me recover some of the caps costs that I spent. I'm learning that going to their bases is really profitable. It's like probably the easiest way to make money, really. Just loot all of their stuff. Okay, so... stop. No. Get out of it. Oh, thank you. Three magazines. Nice. My first bobblehead on the new stand. Feels like progress. So, I should have done that mutated event. I don't know why I didn't. Let's see about the dailies and the weeklies. I have 75 tags. Hey, a Raider brewing station. That's cool. Raider sarsaparilla vending machine. That's cool too. I'm excited for that. Build defense, appliance, or crafting items in a workshop. Scrap junk to produce ceramic. That's easy enough. That's low-hanging fruit. We'll go do that first. Your weekly, did it change? No, 5 days. I think I want to re-roll the honey beast and the soap. No, I don't want a modding armor. Oh, no. Modding armor is actually not that hard. That's low-hanging fruit too. Shotgun. I gotta kill enemies with a shotgun, but the honey beast. I don't like the honey beast. Get rid of that one. I don't really like the soap either. Reroll that one. Cripple blood eagle's egg is not that hard. And eat vegetables. Vegetables are good. Food. Corn. Need more corn. Ugh. Ugh. Fix it, please. They want me to expand storage. They shot somebody. I shot somebody. It's fucked up.
Ice in Minnesota is now allegedly arresting refugees, including children who have fled persecution, gone through exhaustive vetting, and have been legally admitted into the country. And that, as ICE is reportedly transferring them to facilities in Texas, a state where immigrant children in detention have allegedly faced unsafe conditions. We're in a state where officers have been accused of beatings and sexual abuse, and a state where a detained migrant died just this month, one of 4 people who have died in ICE custody so far in 2026 alone. And so all of that, along with the scenes pouring out of Minneapolis of masked men roaming the streets and taking people away, that may be why you even have pro-Trump podcaster Joe Rogan coming out and comparing ICE to the Gestapo. And so yeah, there's a lot we've got to break down, really dive into, but where we're going to start are with these refugees who are now being detained, according to lawyers and immigrant rights advocates. Right, and a big and important thing to know is that refugee applicants, before they're admitted to the country, they have to go through a very long and very difficult process. It involves vetting by the Department of State, the Department of Homeland Security, and other government agencies, right? And these people, they have to prove that they have a well-founded fear of persecution on account of their race, religion, political opinion, nationality, or membership in a particular group. But then last
in the game Fallout 76, is there a way to accept other than the space bar and the enter key? Somebody took all the glass. Gotta go buy legendaries.
week, you had the Trump White House saying that is not enough, with specifically Citizenship and Immigration Services announcing that it would be starting what it called a sweeping initiative to conduct new background checks and intensive verification of refugees to check for fraud and other crimes, saying the initial focus is on Minnesota's 5,600 refugees who have not yet been given lawful permanent resident status. And permanent resident status, that's otherwise known as a green card. And refugees in the United States, they're technically required to apply for green cards within a year of admission, though sometimes it takes a bit longer because of money or bureaucracy or whatever. And one of the points being that's reportedly never been cause to arrest refugees or threaten them with deportation. Or with Tracy Roy, the legal director at the Immigrant Law Center of Minnesota, explaining, this has never happened, that you arrive as a refugee and that on day 366, if you are still not a green card holder, you are deportable. That has never been the way the statute has been interpreted. Though either way, at least one of the detained refugees may have already filed documents to get her green card anyways. But at least according to the woman's daughter who said she had proof. And also I'll say a mix-up, it wouldn't be all that surprising because even as the administration is demanding this one-year deadline be met, it has suspended the processing of green card applications for people from 19 countries including Somalia, Somalia, Myanmar, and Eritrea. And I mention those three because those are the three countries that refugees detained so far have reportedly come from, with the most coming from Somalia. And that is actually not that surprising because, one, Minneapolis and the greater Twin Cities area hosts the largest Somali population in the United States. And two, they've been a particular target of Trump, who's called them garbage that he doesn't want in the country. And with that, his administration has moved to end temporary protected status for Somali immigrants, leaving them until mid-March to leave the country. Right, and a lot of this seeming to be part of the backlash to the fraud scandal that's been racking Minnesota because, according to the White House, 85 of the 98 people charged in connection so far are of Somali descent. Though, of course, as many have pointed out, one, that's out of a population of around 80,000 in Minnesota, and two, if Trump really cared about fraud, he maybe wouldn't have pardoned some of the country's most prolific fraudsters and robbed their victims of millions of dollars in restitution. And in any case, at least so far, there's no indication that the refugees allegedly being detained are implicated there. Or with Roy from the Immigrant Law Center saying that none of the cases she has been contacted about involved a refugee who had committed a crime beyond traffic violations. But despite that, and despite an apparent lack of any due process, they're being held against their will. And I highlighted allegations surrounding facilities in Texas specifically, I should note that there are concerns about conditions at detention centers all over the country. All while the administration has restricted the ability of lawmakers to inspect those facilities, and there are actually plans to massively expand detention capacity, including by renovating industrial warehouses to hold more than 80,000 immigrant detainees. And ultimately, there's all this crazy stuff happening that we don't see, although to be fair, we're pretty distracted by all the crazy stuff we do see. Because more and more videos just continue to come out of encounters with federal agents, things that appear to show them shoving people on sidewalks, throwing flashbangs, protesters, and of course, dragging people away and shoving them into unmarked cars. And so you have examples like two Minneapolis residents, both American citizens, claiming to have been stopped in their vehicle by officers who then fired pepper spray through the windshield vent and smashed the window. Also claiming that one of the officers threatened them, telling them that obstructing ICE was how Renee Good got killed and then taking them away. Right, and with that, they said that they were put into adjacent cells and pressured to rat out their friends. One claiming that he was even offered money or legal protection if he gave up the names of organizers or neighbors who were in the country illegally. But in the end, they were let go without charges, though they then say they were tear gassed on the way out of the facility by officers who were dealing with protesters in the area. And all of this, it brings us to these new comments from Joe Rogan that are getting a lot of attention. Because Rogan, in addition to always looking like a boy who won free candy for life in every photo where it's him and Trump, he, of course, famously endorsed Trump in the 2024 election. And while recently he's become more and more, at least somewhat, critical of how the deportations are being carried out, on this recent show with Rand Paul, he went even further.
I can also see the point of view of the people that say, yeah, but you don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
But also notably had Rogan questioning the Trump administration's
Because of
narrative
pieces
Renee
of
Good's
shit
death.
like
It's
you, Joe
complicated,
Rogan.
obviously.
Because
But
of
it's also
pieces of
very
shit like
ugly
you.
to watch someone shoot a U.S. citizen, especially a woman, in the face. I'm not that guy. I don't know what he thought. And
You
again,
are
this
that
is a guy who's
guy.
almost been run
That's
over,
who you supported, piece
but
of shit.
It just looked
We have him because of
horrific
you.
to me. I mean, when people say
You are that
justifiable
guy.
because the car hit him, it seemed like she was kind of turning the car away.
Now that said, it's still Joe
Thank
Rogan.
you.
He knows
That
who his
helps,
audience is.
but it's
he
still-
also paired this by saying that Good seemed out of her fucking mind and crazy. Right, and he also seemed to express support for deportations in general, even giving weight to the conspiracy theory that
Yeah, like
undocumented
what?
immigrants have been brought into the country to win elections for Democrats. But definitely, it's the Gestapo comment that's been turning the most heads, getting the most traction, and it's also an argument that many more people have been making for multiple reasons. But it's not just one thing. You have recent posts by accounts within the administration that have been seen as a nod to neo-Nazis and extremists. And as we've talked about, you have examples like 2 days after Renee Good was shot and killed, DHS put out a recruitment post on Instagram saying, "We'll have our home again," which is the name of a song featuring language often used in white nationalist calls for a race war. In fact, the lyrics open the manifesto of the man behind a 2023 mass shooting in Jacksonville targeting black people. You also had a lot of people going, "What the hell?" when the Department of Labor posted over the weekend, "One homeland, one people, one heritage," which is not only a batshit way of describing America, but it's also, as people have argued, pretty similar to Nazi propaganda declaring one people, one nation, one leader. And then you had things like with Kristi Noem standing at a podium that was plastered with the phrase, "One of ours, all of yours." Right, and there you have people claiming it's associated with a Nazi massacre of a Czech village, although with that one I will say historians have said that they're not aware of that specific phrase being used historically in that context. So still, you have people saying it sounds like a threat from the administration. And with that, we may be seeing the administration following through on that, not just through the presence of thousands of agents, but with financial pressure. Right, because you had Trump yesterday saying that his administration will start denying federal funding to entire states if they're even home to so-called sanctuary cities, which are generally considered those that have policies limiting local law enforcement's ability to work with federal immigration officers. Now with that, it's unclear if Trump can actually do that in a way that'll stick, right? The courts have already shut down 2 of his past efforts to cut off funding for sanctuary jurisdictions, once during his first term, another during this term. Also, a judge has blocked his attempt to stop sending money to 5 Democratic-led states for daycare subsidies and other aid to low-income families with children. You also had another judge ruling against a threat to cut nearly $8 billion in clean energy funding to states that voted against him in the 2024 elections. Right, and then there's also a legal battle playing out over a warning from the Department of Agriculture that it would withhold funds from states refusing to provide data about SNAP recipients. And so with all that said, it's really the mass deployment of federal agents that seems to be having the greatest impact right now. Though on the note of agents, the identities of around thousands of them have allegedly just been leaked and shared with a website called the ICE List, or with the ICE List calling itself a journalistic project meant to share information to hold ICE members legally accountable. And very notably, Dominic Skinner, who runs the website from the Netherlands, says that individual reports about DHS personnel from the public that has spiked since Good Shooting. With him adding, I've had hotel staff sending post-it notes, bar staff sending DHS IDs, and loads of people saying their neighbor is an agent. And this alleged leak of 4,500 names all at once, apparently from a whistleblower, reportedly may be the largest ever breach of department staff data ever. And so with that, you had DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin, who's included on the site, claiming that the leak would constitute 4,500 felonies, and adding, the disgusting doxing of our officers put their lives and their families in serious danger. And adding, anyone who doxes our officers will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Now that said, since the website is hosted abroad, there might not be much that the White House can actually do on that front. And making that an even bigger deal is you have Skinner saying that he plans to release the majority of names from the leak, but he will make exceptions, right? Exceptions that include nurses and those who work in childcare at the agency. Though, very interestingly, he claimed today that the website came under a prolonged and sophisticated cyber attack after news of the leak broke, and he said that the attack originated from Russia and added, it is clear some people out there do not want the names of ICE and Border Patrol agents made public. And so while we're gonna have to wait to see, how all this plays out, in the meantime, while we're on the topic of ICE agents, we should talk about what it takes to be one. And the answer there actually might be not much. Or because ICE is apparently hiring recruits before they submit basic paperwork or drug test results and without conducting the most cursory background check. Or that was the experience of a recruit who wrote a Slate article exposing some just absolutely horrifying issues with the agency's hiring process. Right, and the recruit at the center of this story is Laura Jadid, a freelance journalist who focuses on American conservative and far-right movements. And Jadid, she went to the ICE Career Expo in Texas last August because she wanted to learn what it was like to apply to be an ICE agent. And while having no actual intent to join ICE, Jadid thought, hey, my resume is pretty strong enough that maybe I can get my foot in the door to check out the whole recruiting process. She enlisted in the Army right out of college. She served 2 deployments in Afghanistan before then, working as a civilian analyst for a few years. Though notably, Jadid intentionally left out any mention of her current occupation as a journalist. And she figured that that omission would prevent her from even making it through the initial review, because once the hiring managers did even a simple Google search, they'd find a whole host of articles where she's condemning Trump, his administration, and the right-wing shift of the country at large. But she even has a dossier on Antifa Watch, this right-wing website that says it tracks what it says are alleged members of a group that conservatives have branded as a domestic terrorist organization. So she goes to the expo, registers for an interview time slot, but when she gets there at 9 a.m., there's barely anyone there. There's no line to check or go through security, and the hallways and drug testing stations, they're nearly empty. There are only 6 people ahead of her for the interview, and even though the expo was held in a massive esports stadium, Jadid said that there could have been more than 150 people in the event space during the entire visit. Though, I will say, another reporter said that over the course of the 2 days, 3,000 people attended the event. But again, at least while Jadid was there, the stadium was pretty damn empty. And then when it comes time for her interview, it ends up being pretty surface level, where she's asked for basic identifying information, whether she has law enforcement or military experience, and her location preferences. She also explains the gap in her resume, where she omitted her current occupation, saying that she went to college part-time and was doing gig economy stuff. With then the interviewer telling her that ICE is prioritizing current law enforcement first and would look at her resume, and if they liked what they saw, she'd get an email with next steps. And so she leaves the interview going, okay, this is probably the end. There's no way they're gonna hire me once they Google my name. But still, she initially keeps a close eye on her inbox, but then after a few days, she's not as careful, and that's how she initially missed the email from ICE giving her a tentative job offer. And she says this email provided a series of steps that she had to take on a tight deadline. She had just 48 hours to log on to USA Jobs and fill out a declaration for federal employment, and 5 more days to return the forms attached to the email. Right, in those forms, including driver's license information, an affidavit that she never has been convicted for domestic violence, and a consent for a background check. And this is a key thing for what happens next, right? The instructions in the email explicitly stated, if you are declining the position, it is not necessary to complete the action items listed below. But because she didn't see the email, she already missed the deadline to do all those things. And so Jadid assumes, okay, that's the natural end to this experiment, but then plot twist, it gets so much crazier. Right, 3 weeks later, she gets another email that reads, thank you for confirming that you wish to continue with the hiring process, which of course is a surprise to her because she literally did not not confirm that she wished to continue. But still, she goes, okay, well, let's try and move ahead. Let's take the pre-employment drug test.
I'm at
just for shits and giggles.
325,000.
Right in there, thinking that, well, there's no way she's going to pass because she had smoked pot 6 days before her test. And so she waits for that call saying, you failed your drug test. But after not hearing anything for 9 days, she decides, hey, let me go log on to USA Jobs and check the application to see if my drug test had come through. And that is when she learned that ICE had offered her a job, all without her even knowing or even submitting any of the paperwork they requested. No background check, no domestic violence affidavit, no clean drug test result, nothing. Boom, hired by ICE. And while the portal noted that pre-employment activities remained pending, it also showed that she had accepted a final job offer and listed her onboarding status as entered on duty, right, with the portal indicating that she had officially been entered on duty on September 30th, several days earlier, and supposedly the same day that ICE sent her the final offer that she had supposedly accepted. Now, notably here, Jadid does acknowledge that maybe if she had accepted the job, they would have demanded her pre-employment paperwork, done some basic screening, and then fired her ASAP. But even then, she writes that the pending and upcoming task list suggested a very different outcome, right, noting that on October 6th, a date 3 days in the future at this point, her physical fitness test had been initiated and both her medical and background checks had been completed. And so she wrote and wondered, was ICE seriously going to let me start training without finding out the first thing about me? And with that saying, I reached out to ICE for an explanation, but never heard back. But also, she never found out because ultimately she declined the job. And so overall, she said her experience should make everyone very concerned, right? Noting that maybe this was a computer glitch, maybe this was a one-of-a-kind situation, an outlier, but with that, arguing, given all the above, it seems far more likely that ICE is running an extremely leaky ship when it comes to recruitment, and adding that it's basically impossible to know for sure because there's just so little oversight of ICE and the agency conceals its agents' identities, right? And with all this, wondering if this agency missed the fact that she was an anti-ICE journalist who didn't even complete her paperwork, what other major things are they missing for everyone else? Asking how many convicted domestic abusers are being given guns and sent into other people's homes? How many people with ties to white supremacist organizations are indiscriminately targeting minorities on principle, regardless of immigration status? How many rapists and pedophiles are working in ICE detention centers with direct and unsupervised access to a population that will be neither believed nor missed? How are we to trust ICE's allegedly thorough investigations of the people they detain and deport when they can't even keep their HR paperwork straight? And adding, if ICE didn't screen her out, they also can't be expected to hire competent recruits. And with all this, she then specifically pointed to the killing of Renee Good. And so just a completely insane situation, and as far as how DHS has responded, they have now released a statement on X saying, this is such a lazy lie. This individual was never offered a job at ICE, saying applicants may receive a tentative selection letter following their initial application and interview that is not a job offer. It just means they are invited to submit information for review, similar to any other applicant. But that appears to directly fly in the face of Jadid literally sharing a screen recording of the portal where it says in multiple locations that she was sent a job offer, including one page that explicitly reads, the final job offer has been sent out for response on the following September 30th, 2025. And Jadid actually shared that screen recording well before DHS made their statement. So if anything, their response is the thing that seems lazy. Right? It lends itself to the idea that they don't actually know what the fuck is going on over there. So, all of this, it's just a crazy situation. I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to everything. Of course, share to spread the word. And then there's more we've got to dive into here. But first, let me say, if I stop using a service, it's usually because it didn't actually do anything. Today's sponsor, Incogni, it passed that test years ago, which is why I'm still using it. But I signed up because I didn't love the idea of my personal information just floating around the internet like a free sample tray. Data brokers, they collect way more than you think. Addresses, emails, family connections, even stuff you never knowingly shared. And Incogni, they handle the annoying part for me. They reach out to those companies, they demand my data be deleted, and they keep checking so it stays gone. I don't have to track down sketchy sites or send emails into the void. Incogni does it automatically. With Incogni's custom removal feature on the unlimited and family unlimited plans, you can point to sketchy sites showing your data and their privacy team handles it. And watching those data deletions roll in, it's weirdly satisfying, and it's work I definitely didn't have the hours or patience to do manually. For me, it's peace of mind. I don't need more things to manage. I need fewer risks. So hey, if you want to stop your personal data from being passed around like a party favor, check out Incogni. Just scan that QR code or go to incogni.com/DeFranco and use code DeFranco for 60% off. That's incogni.com/DeFranco, code DeFranco, because scammers can't steal what's not there. But then, getting back into the news, more news you need to know. We need to talk about how Denmark is mobilizing troops now to protect Greenland, probably from Donald Trump. Because among the millions of things happening, you've got the Trump administration gunning for a U.S. takeover of Greenland, even though pretty much everyone's against the idea, including residents of Greenland, as well as leaders in Denmark, NATO, and the EU. Though Trump has repeatedly claimed that the U.S. needs Greenland for national security and saying that it's just covered by Chinese and Russian ships, which is a claim claim that both experts and Greenland residents have expressed doubt over. Right, and Greenland's prime minister has made their stance very clear, saying Greenland does not want to be owned by the USA. Greenland does not want to be governed by the USA. Greenland will not be part of the USA. We choose the Greenland we know today, which is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. And with that, adding, now we are faced with a geopolitical crisis, and if we have to choose between the USA and Denmark here, and now we choose Denmark. Something that you've seen echoed by many Greenland residents, saying that they're concerned about cultural differences as well as losing the Scandinavian welfare system, because among other things, exchanging free healthcare for whatever the fuck it is we have doesn't sound appealing to a lot of people. And even back here in the States, the majority of Americans aren't really on board. But according to a Reuters poll, only 17% of Americans support Trump's efforts to annex Greenland. But Trump really doesn't seem concerned with American or Greenlander opinions on this, and he's very pointedly said that he hasn't ruled out taking Greenland by force. He's even promised that we'll do this, what he called the hard way if necessary, which has led to several European countries promising to defend Greenland in the case of an invasion. And all of that's connected then to the news today that Denmark is increasing military presence in and around Greenland in the coming period involving aircraft, ships, and soldiers. You're also seeing Swedish armed forces arriving as a part of a group from several allied countries, which includes Germany, France, and Norway. But again, even in the face of that, Trump is not letting up. In fact, early this morning, he doubled down on this whole thing again, where Trump's saying Greenland is necessary for his plan to build the Golden Dome. And if you don't remember, that's his grand plan for a futuristic missile defense system. Right, and then Trump also directly called out NATO, saying that they should be leading the way for the United States to take Greenland, or else, quote, Russia or China will, and that is not going to happen. Adding that NATO is not an effective force or deterrent, and saying NATO becomes far more formidable and effective with Greenland in the hands of the United States. Anything less than that is unacceptable. And the timing of all this is interesting because Trump's statement on Truth Social, it came just hours before a scheduled meeting between Denmark's foreign minister, his Greenland counterpart, and J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio to discuss Greenland. And this meeting, it's been seen by Copenhagen as a crucial chance to ease tensions with the Trump administration. You've even had a Danish foreign minister saying, our reason for seeking the meeting we have now been given was to move this whole discussion, which has not become less tense since we last met, into a meeting room where we can look each other in the eye and talk about these things. While it was initially just a meeting with Rubio, Vance reportedly jumped in as well, offering to host the meeting at the White House. And after that meeting, we saw the Danish and Greenland officials giving a press conference saying that the discussion was constructive and they were able to challenge Trump's social media narrative about Chinese and Russian ships surrounding Greenland. But as for a genuine solution, it looks like that's still a ways off. Or the Danish foreign minister is saying at the meeting to establish a new high-level group that will meet for the first time in the next few weeks to address what he called the security concerns of the U.S. while still respecting the borders of Greenland as a part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Right, because as we get closer to November, Trump seems determined to not let power slip out of his hands the way that it did in 2020. And whether Republicans, they get on board, that's an open question publicly. They praise him, he's a god, but we do know that privately at least, some of them think he's just a buffoon. And we just got secret grand jury transcripts confirming that from the now dead Georgia election interference case in 2022. So for example, in his testimony, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, who just last week called Trump
the greatest president of all time,
also called Trump's scheme to enlist fake electors from swing states in 2020 weird, and adding, I don't know what to tell you, just weird. With him saying at the time, I have told him more times than we can count that he fell short, and then adding, if you told him Martians came and stole votes, he'd be inclined to believe it. But also, Rick Graham's not alone here. You also had former Georgia State House Speaker David Ralston, who resisted Trump's demands that he try to throw out the election results.
You do it to uncover fraud. You could say for transparency and to uncover fraud, possible fraud. So who's going to stop you for that? It's like
a federal judge.
With him later calling the fake elector scheme the craziest thing I've heard. Also, you had Liz Cheney saying that on January 6th, after rioters had already
I'm gonna make
$300,000.
$300,000. Nice.
House members lined up to sign on to sheets objecting to Biden's electoral votes. One of them, Mark Green, saying sheepishly to no one in particular, the things we do for the orange Jesus. All of that craziness and the flip-flopping since then and the gaslighting, it's not just
Fucking
ancient
idiots.
history. It matters right now because Trump's approval ratings, they're in the toilet. You've got polling predicting that if nothing changes, Democrats are gonna win the midterms. And historically, the governing party, it just tends to lose the first midterm after winning the presidency. So there's a lot of talk right now about, are we going to see a replay of the 2020 election? Now, of course, there is a difference. The presidency itself isn't up for grabs until 2028, but in a speech to House Republicans this month, you had Trump casting 2026 as existential for it.
You got to win the midterms, because if we don't win the midterms, it's just going to be, they'll find a reason to impeach me.
Yeah.
I'll get impeached.
Also, keeping that in mind, at another
Yeah.
point he added,
You've
Now,
already
once they
been
cancel
impeached.
the election, they
Will
should
we
cancel the
enforce
election
it?
because the fake news will say he wants the elections canceled. He's a dictator.
right, and with all this, you're seeing experts worried that Trump might invoke the Insurrection Act and deploy the military, the National Guard, or federal agents to Democratic cities on Election Day. Right, and short of, just canceling the elections, which is something Trump definitely cannot do legally, there are numerous levers that he can pull to try to make things go his way. Right, he's already got Republicans in Texas, Ohio, Missouri, and North Carolina to redraw congressional districts 5 years ahead of schedule. In Florida, they still may join in. Then in August, he announced that he directed his Commerce Department to immediately begin work on a new census that excludes non-citizens. And that could be huge because the census determines how many electoral votes and House seats each state gets, as well as how their maps are drawn. But there, I'll say it's highly unlikely that Trump can force a new mid-decade census in time to impact midterms at least, especially with primaries happening early in the year. But there is much more, right? For example, he truthed last August, "I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots, and also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines, which cost 10 times more than accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, which is faster and leaves no doubt at the end of the evening as to who won and who lost the election. We will begin this effort, which will be strongly opposed by the Democrats because they cheat at levels never seen before, by signing an executive order to help bring honesty to the 2026 midterm elections. Remember, the states are merely an agent for the federal government in counting and tabulating the votes. They must do what the federal government, as represented by the President of the United States, tells them for the
You
good
mean you
of our
cheated
country to
in
do.
the
The
Georgia
mail-in ballot
election.
hoax using voting machines
Stop
that are a
lying.
complete and total disaster must end now. So, few things. First of all, it is not true that states are merely an agent of the federal government. In fact, if anything, it's the opposite, right? The Constitution gives states broad leeway to run elections how they see fit. Second, there's no evidence that mail-in ballots are fraudulent, but maybe more importantly, neither is there for voting machines. In fact, if anything, they're much more accurate and faster than tallying votes by hand. And so if Trump got his way and, states stopped using voting machines altogether, states would have to recruit hundreds of thousands of additional poll workers. Results would take days, weeks, or even months to compute, and recounts and court challenges, they'd probably spike because the tallies would be less reliable. But, even if he can't get rid of them, Trump can still sow distrust in the machines and then exploit that confusion to do the nuclear option, seizing them by force. Where during his interview with the New York Times last week, he expressed regret that he didn't order the National Guard to seize voting machines after the election in 2020. Right, and for some context there, in December of that year, two of his most crackpot outside advisors, Sidney Powell and Michael
You guys
Flynn,
sound
they
so
urged him to
dumb.
direct the military or federal agents to seize voting machines, and they even presented him with draft executive orders to do it. And Trump, he seemed receptive at the time, right? He brought up the idea with his attorney general, Bill Barr, who then shot it down, and then he directed Rudy Giuliani to ask high-ranking DHS officials if they could actually legally seize the machines, but that was shot down again. And so now Trump, he told the Times he should have just moved forward with the idea, which then raises the question, if he tries to do that in 2026, who's going to stop it? Right? Probably not AG Pam Bondi, who, as Trump's lawyer in 2020, claimed that he actually won Pennsylvania and then dodged questions about whether Biden won during her confirmation hearings as Attorney General. Definitely not Harvey K.
$300,000,
Dillon, the
not
Assistant
bad.
Attorney General and head of the DOJ's Civil Rights Division, which oversees voting issues, who's an election denier. You also have Heather Honey, the Deputy Assistant Secretary at Homeland Security, who now helps oversee election infrastructure. She's also probably unlikely because she worked on a probe into Arizona's 2020 election and has challenged voters' eligibility in Pennsylvania. You then have Eric Neff, the acting chief of the DOJ's Voting Rights Division, who once filed highly dubious charges against the head of an election software company when he was a prosecutor. And then, of course, you have this man, Kash Patel, and he has his own history of election denialism. How Trump's White House reportedly vetted job applicants all the way down to entry-level positions with questions like, who won the 2020 presidential election? And so even if Democrats do well and understand the message of this is not to just give up or don't go out, you gotta make the numbers matter and undeniable. You have some Dems worried that with their extensive gerrymandering, voter suppression, and other tactics, they just might cling on to their razor-thin House majority anyway. And so with the lunatics running the asylum here being the executive branch, one of the main checks left on Trump's power is the conservative judiciary, which I will say does hold out some hope, though how much is really an open question. Where the Supreme Court upheld the gerrymandered map in Texas, but there are other maps still being considered. It also dealt Trump a surprising blow recently by ruling that his deployment of National Guard to Chicago was illegal, so it's doubtful whether they'd support a scheme to seize voting machines. But with all this, I'll say they're set to hear a case this summer addressing the legality of Trump's executive order, barring election officials from accepting mail-in ballots received after Election Day, even if they're postmarked before. And that's big on its own, but also because the U.S. Postal Service just changed its guidelines so that some mail won't be postmarked until days after it was put into the mailbox. But hey, we are still many months away from November, and there is a lot that could happen in that time, including the resurrection of his best
God damn
friend,
it.
Jeffrey Epstein. Which, yeah, you might say that's impossible. possible, but how many things are we living through right now that felt impossible just weeks, months, and years ago? And then there's more you need to know, more we need to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me take a second to sponsor myself, because right now over at beautifulbastard.com, we are restocked with our signature collection and revamped prints. Right over the break, we were working with our manufacturers not only to make sure that, you know, the shirts and the hoodies, they were top notch, but also that the prints on them were even better. Really vibrant, longer lasting, even when you don't follow the washing instructions like I don't. And so right now you can snag our new Thriving gear. For me, it's a sarcastic wear, along with our emotionally exhausted line, God is testing me and I refuse to study, a silly goose in this economy, and even more. All, of course, at beautifulbastard.com. But then from that, the final thing that we need to talk about today, or really maybe I just want to talk about with you today, you had Trump flipping off that heckler yesterday. Especially as that heckler yesterday is, we'll say, having job troubles, but also maybe it was actually a good monetary decision. Because yesterday, Trump was touring a Ford plant in Michigan, and in a viral video, you can vaguely hear an employee off camera call him a pedophile protector. With then Trump's response being to point at the person, seemingly mouth a fuck you twice, and then give him the middle finger. And with that, you had the White House defending the move, saying a lunatic was wildly screaming expletives in a complete fit of rage, and the president gave an appropriate and unambiguous response. And then, as far as the heckler's place of work, they did not adamantly defend him, with the United Auto Workers saying that the Ford employee was suspended after the incident. Right, and the employee in question has now been identified by multiple outlets as T.J. Sabula, a 40-year-old line worker at the factory, with him then telling the Washington Post, as far as calling him out, definitely no regrets whatsoever. Though he said he is concerned about the future of his job and says that he was targeted for political retribution for embarrassing Trump in front of his friends. And also, in case there was any doubt what he meant by pedophile protector, he clarified that he was in fact referencing the Epstein files, saying that he was, just 60 feet away from Trump, who could hear him clearly, and so he thought, I don't feel as though fate looks upon you often, and when it does, you better be ready to seize the opportunity, and today, I think I did that. With him describing himself as an independent who has never voted for Trump, though he has voted for other Republicans in the past. And then, as far as Ford's response, you had a spokesperson saying, one of our core values is respect, and we don't condone anyone saying anything inappropriate like that within our facilities. When that happens, we have a process to deal with it, but we don't get into specific personnel matters. And you had the company's executive chairman, Bill Ford, also trying to downplay the interaction as just a brief 6-second moment out of an otherwise very successful tour. Really, if you look online, no one's talking about any other part of the tour. It's pretty much all about this. Trump's supporters kind of loving this from him, though also a lot of others thinking this is low, even for Trump. It's not presidential, though what does that even mean anymore? But you also had a lot of people defending the employee, not only for calling Trump out, but saying, he didn't shout expletives, that the only obscene part of the whole interaction was Trump giving a fuck you gesture. The UAW union also releasing a statement saying they stand with him and his freedom of speech, right, adding that they will ensure that his rights as a union member are protected, and saying that workers should never be subjected to vulgar language or behavior by anyone, including the President of the United States. And so with all this, right, one of the ways we've seen people rallying around this employee is that people have made GoFundMes to support him amid his suspension, right? And some have actually already raised hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations, which really makes you think, wow, calling the president a pedophile protector for, fighting against the release of the Epstein files so hard and jumping through hoops and trying to distract everyone. Who knew that was essentially a lottery ticket? So there, your friendly neighborhood Philip DeFranco is gonna say, be careful. A lot of people lose the lottery. Use your best judgment. Results may vary. With this and really anything else that we covered and really stood out to you today you want to sound off on, let me know what you're thinking in those comments down below. Or because it brings us to the end of your Wednesday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news. But of course, one, I'll see you right back here tomorrow. That's how daily news shows work. Maybe even friendships. Are we friends? And two, if you want to keep watching more right now, my brand new episode of the Crashing Out podcast also just went up today. I highly recommend it. It's a great watch or a second screen listen. Yeah, I don't know. I think of this whole new swath of Ice Agent. I imagine, especially when you're talking about influencers, that they're going to be kind of gearing things towards people that are really like drinking the Kool-Aid from rat fuckers like Asmongold, who see things like what happened with Good and saying rip bozo, and saying that Trump, if he's actually serious, he needs to go in there and crack down more, and he doesn't. And you look at this and you're like, oh my God, you're a fucking insane person that doesn't see people as people.
We are following the breaking news out of Minneapolis tonight. Another shooting involving federal officers. DHS says it was in self-defense during a targeted stop of an undocumented immigrant. CNN's Whitney Wild is on the scene right now, where there have been some explosions, it seems. There are crowds gathering. Whitney, can you tell us what's happening where you are? I think we're having trouble with Whitney's connection. We're going to try to reconnect with her. This is an active situation that's unfolding on the ground in Minneapolis, and like the scenes of ICE operations across the city over the last couple of days, it gets chaotic, and it gets chaotic very, very fast. Look, we don't know all the details. We were saying in the previous segment, as we're coming back to the table while we wait for Whitney, the DHS says that this was a targeted enforcement operation and that the ICE officer was attacked. And I do think that that is exactly the type of situation that we want as few of those situations as possible to transpire. And yet it seems like all the time there are all kinds of interactions happening where ICE officers are put in danger. And I'm not sure if it's all just because of, you know, violent people attacking them. Sometimes it's also the tactics that I think are putting them at risk. With vehicle stops, which have been some reporting about how these vehicle stops are so dangerous, and more of them are happening.
Tim Walz and Jacob Frost should make an offer to DHS. They should offer to repeal their ordinances of separation that in their sanctuary policies that prohibit local police and state troopers and state prosecutors from helping ICE in exchange for a prioritization that ICE is going to only go after people who have felony problems, or who have violent criminal past, who have other serious charges pending or have in their past. They ought to make them that offer. That's the way, if you want to make this work a lot better in the community, then the Democratic community leaders should offer to help. They should make this a collaborative effort.
I think they would take that deal, but I'm not sure the administration would take that deal.
So are you admitting then that ICE is not handling this appropriately?
I've just said I think they need to be learning. They need to be learning from their tactics, from mistakes as we go along.
Okay, but learning on the job does not mean shooting a woman point blank 3 times in the face and then calling her an effing B, which I can't say on TV, and having her bleed out with teddy bears in the car. How does that build trust? How does that make any of us safer? And how does that build the goodwill to do what Donald Trump would like to say that
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to go back, or try to go back to Whitney Wild, who's on the ground now. Whitney, can you hear me? Whitney, what's happening around you?
Yep. Okay, we are near 23rd and Lindale. It's not an exact location, but we're a couple blocks away. Sorry, it's a little hard to breathe because they just let off several flashbangs, multiple tear gas canisters that were coming off all around us, and at one point it became so foggy that my producer Meredith Edwards and I got separated from our photographer Jonathan Shearer. Things have calmed down a little bit now, but you'll see. Can you walk with me, John? Are you okay to walk or no? You want to stay here? Okay. You can't see just over my side here. There's still multiple federal agents and a growing crowd, very angry here, following them all around the neighborhood from what we've seen. This is all because what we know, according to the Department of Homeland Security, around 6:50 Central Time, law enforcement was conducting an operation where they say that they were going after a specific target. And when they tried to approach that target, he ran, he jumped into a car, he fled in a vehicle and then crashed. Again, this is according to the Department of Homeland Security. Again, they're saying that in an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and then crashed. And once law enforcement was able to catch up with that subject, they attempted to arrest that subject. He was fighting back while that officer and the subject were on the ground, apparently fighting according to the Department of Homeland Security. Other people began attacking law enforcement. That's when the subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel or a broomstick, and that's when DHS says that the officer fired what they are calling defensive shots. They're now saying that that officer and the subject are in the hospital. The other 2 people who were engaged in this attack are in custody. But this is a city that is already on edge, and what you're seeing right now is a major reaction. Again, it's hard to see, and we'll try to get a little bit closer here in a minute, Abby. But there is a growing crowd here that is increasingly angry, that is following ICE, what we believe are ICE officers or other immigration agents throughout this neighborhood, screaming at them, telling them to leave in the strongest possible terms they can muster here. Meanwhile, ICE, trying to push back this crowd, was letting off tear gas canisters over and over and over. And at one point, Abby, they were going off all around us, and actually it became so chaotic that one bounced off my foot and bounced off my side, and that's when we got separated because the smoke was everywhere and we were having trouble reconnecting. But now we're back. Our fearless photographer Jonathan Shearer was right in the center of it, catching everything. If you guys are rolling on it, maybe we can run that video later. But that is the scene here, Abby, and it's static and it's growing more so.
And Whitney, as we're talking, if you need to move or relocate, please do. Stay safe while you are out there. But I want to ask you, because 6:50 is the time that, according to the Department of Homeland Security, this incident occurred. It's been now several hours. Is your sense that the reason that there are still ICE officers or federal agents on the scene is because they're doing something, they're doing active enforcement, or maybe they're investigating the shooting? And the folks that I'm hearing chanting, are people chanting? Are they blowing whistles? What are they doing on the ground?
They're chanting, they're blowing whistles, they're screaming at them to go home. You're going to hear
Blow
more
the
flashbangs in a second, I think.
Blow the whistle.
It sounded like one just a moment ago. They're surrounding these immigration officers and letting them know without any ambiguity that they do not like what they see and they want them to leave. This has been an ongoing scene throughout the city of Minneapolis after the shooting of Renee Nicole Good. The city has been quite angry. We've seen multiple protests, not just in Minneapolis, but all around the country. Certainly now, this is giving new reason for people to protest. Sorry, I'm just watching. We're here. It's louder than it looks. So I'm trying to figure out, Abby, sorry I keep looking away.
So is it, what can you estimate, do you have a sense of the size of the crowd, and are more people coming to the scene because it's now known that there was an incident there?
I can't, it's so dark, Abby, that I can't tell what the size of the crowd is. Are you okay to walk, Jonathan? Do you want, Abby, we can walk and show you, hold on. I can't know what the size of the crowd is, but there's other law enforcement here, it looks like. I can't see who they are. It's so dark. They're in darker uniforms, so it could be local law enforcement, Abby. I'm just not sure. But when we were on our way, we saw at almost a dozen law enforcement vehicles screaming over to this location. So we're still trying to get a handle on what the roles of law enforcement are and what the federal agents who are still on the ground might be doing. Are they continuing to do immigration enforcement? We can't know. In this moment, all we know is what we see, and we see that they're starting to cordon off this area over here. But I think this scene, Abby, could be between 50 and 100 people. It's so dark, I can't really tell. But we can. Yeah. Are you guys okay to walk? Sorry, Abby, it's tough. And the conditions here are difficult because it's so icy. It's
icy and cold. Can you tell us, though, Whitney? It is dark for us to see even what you're seeing. What kind of neighborhood are we even talking about here?
Abby, this neighborhood is not far from downtown. It's 10 minutes away. We're at 23rd and Lindale. What we have seen is multiple people driving out to ask us what we know. So when to go back to what you're asking about whether or not people are if the crowd is growing, I think it is growing, and I think people are curious, at a minimum to know what's going on, asking us and those around them what happened and for details. They're also here to make their voices heard in the loudest way that they can at this moment, Abby.
All right, Whitney Wild, as you're walking around here, I'm seeing some folks that there's a man walking in front of you with, an illuminated vest. Is that law enforcement? Is that a protester? Do you have any sense of who he is and what he's doing?
I can't tell. It looks like he has a helmet and maybe a camera, so he could be, a member of the press as well. But we've certainly seen multiple people here who appear to be, I guess I would call them civilian medics. What we see a lot of times at protests like this is people who are prepared for flashbangs to go off, tear gas to go off, and identify themselves as the type of person who can help you. So right now, you're seeing, I'm going to try to come in front here.
Defeated.
Still multiple federal agents here. I'd say at least 24. The
people united.
Side by side here behind this police line. This now we are at 23rd, and we're still at 23rd and Lindale, right, Meredith? Sorry, we've been walking around the neighborhood, so we're on 23rd now. This is where we believe this happened, but we're still, continuing to gather details. The most detail we have is from the Department of Homeland Security. Certainly their side of the narrative. We have reached out to other officials. We reached out to the Minneapolis Police Department to try to gather more information about what they know. But Abby, this is the scene here. It shows no signs of slowing down at all.
Whitney, I do want to say again, please stay safe. Please do what you need to do in that moment if you need to step away or go somewhere else in order to stay out of the fray here.
Ever since an ICE officer in Minnesota killed Renee Good, a 37-year-old mother of 3, the internet has been flooded with videos of shocking ICE abuses like this one. So it's obviously very hard to hear what everyone's saying there because there's honking and screaming. But what the woman says is, I've been beat up by police before. I'm disabled. I'm trying to go to the doctor up there. That's why I couldn't move. I'm an autistic, disabled person. I'm trying to go to the doctor. And in response, ICE smashes her window, cuts her seatbelt, drags her out of the car, and arrests her. And this happened, I think, 2 blocks from where Renee Good was shot 6 days later. So this is the lesson these ICE officers are learning, John. Double down. Attack autistic people.
They are terrorizing Minneapolis right now. There is like a 6-to-1 ratio.
I wonder if they're going to kill me.
ICE and CBP agents to...
I think the whole thing is we don't know how bad they are, and that's the whole thing. And they're really bad, and I think they're going to full-blown maybe kill disabled people. It's going to be insane. If they come for me, I'll fight them. I can't stand the right wing and the fucking fear they engender in everybody around them. Fucking so dumb.
Minneapolis police, and I don't know how many more fucking videos we have to watch at this point, and every single time there's a video, you see the MAGA chuds on social media picking it apart. Well, she was trying to do this, and then DHS put out a statement on this. She tried to wedge her car between officers. You can clearly see the fear in that woman's face. She's not a protester. She wasn't trying to do anything. She was scared, shitless, even before they pulled her out of the car. The other thing I thought about watching that is, oh gee, I wonder why Renee Good tried to drive away when the officers were screaming at her.
Me too,
because this woman, she's tried to drive away because they told her to move, and then as she went 10 feet in the car, they smashed the window and dragged her out of the fucking car. Did they charge her with anything? No, they didn't charge her with anything because they're not charging people with anything. Just like the kid in Target that they beat the shit out of and then threw out of the van like 100 feet away from Target. So they're not, these people aren't committing crimes. They can continue to say it's obstruction, it's impeding arrest. Well, then fucking charge people with that. But you're not, because you're just beating the shit out of people.
Yeah, this is important. I think like these new ICE recruits are totally unqualified. There's this ever since an ICE officer in Minnesota killed Renee Good, a 37-year-old mother of 3, the internet has been flooded with videos of shocking ICE abuses like this one. So it's obviously very hard to hear what everyone's saying there because there's honking and screaming. But what the woman says is, I've been beat up by police before. I'm disabled. I'm trying to go to the doctor up there. That's why I couldn't move. I'm an autistic, disabled person. I'm trying to go to the doctor.
That's what they're going to do to me,
in
isn't
response,
it? That's what they're going to do to me.
Smashes her window, cuts her seatbelt, drags her out of the car, and arrests her. And this happened, I think, 2 blocks from where Renee Good was shot 6 days later.
You know, I told my mother, I was like, disability will really, really help us. But, you know, it might actually be, well, I didn't tell her this, but my thought was, might put me on a list I don't want to be on. That's how I feel about going to these meetings. Bellingham troublemaker meetings and stuff like this. I think it puts me on a list that I don't want to be on. It's an irrational fear. Right now. It's an irrational fear right now. It's irrational and paranoid. But I know that keeping a low profile in these dark times is that, like, I just survived the streets for 7 years, and I did this without attaining any charge. Well, I attained charges, but without attaining, like, any crippling charges, because I just stayed low, kept my head down. Now I'm scared that just because I'm on disability for Asperger's and autism, they're just gonna come to my house. It's not so good. No, this is the fascism that they built. Poseidon. Ooh, hey, somebody's buying stuff. Oh yeah, buy me out, baby. Buy me out. Daddy needs new money. Buy it all, buy it all. Where is Poseidon Energy Plant? Oh, there's feral ghouls? Oh, okay. Oops. Oh, that's Poseidon Energy Plant, okay. I don't see any feral ghouls. It fixed VATS, which is awesome. They finally fixed VATS, which makes the game much, much better. They needed to fix it. See it? Makes the game so much better. Missed him.
So this is the lesson these ICE officers are learning, John. Double down. Attack autistic people.
They are terrorizing Minneapolis right now. There is like a 6-to-1 ratio of ICE and CBP agents to Minneapolis police. And I don't know how many more fucking videos we have to watch at this point. And every single time there's a video, you see the MAGA chuds on social media picking it apart. Well, she was trying to do this, and then DHS put out a statement on this. She tried to wedge her car between officers. You can clearly see the fear in that woman's face. She's not a protester. She wasn't trying to do anything. She was scared, shitless, even before they pulled her out of the car. The thing I thought about watching that is, oh, gee, I wonder why Renee Good tried to drive away when the officers were screaming at her. Because this woman, she's tried to drive away because they told her to move, and then as she went, 10 feet in the car, they smashed the window and dragged her out of the fucking car. Did they charge her with anything? No, they didn't charge her with anything because they're not charging people with anything. Just like the kid in Target that they beat the shit out of and then threw out of the van 100 feet away from Target. So these people aren't committing crimes. They can continue to say it's obstruction, it's impeding arrest. Well, then fucking charge people with that. But you're not, because you're just beating the shit out of people.
Yeah, but this is important. I think these new ICE recruits are totally unqualified. There's this incredible story on Slate where this journalist signed up to be an ICE officer. They did no vetting of this person. They failed the drug test. It's clearly an online, random person. They just got accepted into ICE. The people who are joining ICE right now are joining because they want to beat the shit out of people. Because you are licensed by the state to use violence against, in this case, American citizens. And that is why people are scared to death of ICE.
King Klippenstein got hold of some DHS memos that went out to officers ICE officers in Minneapolis to just let them know what they're supposed to be doing, what the law is. Here's what's not a violation, according to DHS memo that went out in Minneapolis. Here's what's not a violation of the law. Telling ICE agents to go fuck themselves, swearing at them, flipping off ICE agents, yelling at ICE agents, filming ICE agents, refusal to cooperate with ICE agents' demands, and disobeying commands without fighting back. Force is obviously against the law. All that other stuff I just said, according to DHS, is not against the law, and yet they are continuing to physically assault people over that.
Including American citizens. The only good news is that this story is breaking through like very few political stories do. Our friend Peter Hamby over at Puck News had a great breakdown of both the polling and the kind of social virality of these horrifying videos, just like this one. But there was a poll out by The Economist and YouGov that found that 69% of Americans had seen the video of the shooting of Renee Good. Of those who saw the clip, a majority, 50%, said the shooting was not justified. Only 30% said the killing was justified. So again, this narrative you're seeing online that oh, this is a political Rorschach test and everyone just views this through a partisan lens, it's not really true. The majority of the country is this is horrifying. And this is clearly driving down favorability of ICE across the country. With all kinds of voters. Now, here's one example. This is a clip from a recent episode of Joe Rogan. So folks know, Joe Rogan was, he endorsed Trump in the last election. He's he's mostly just a low information voter who tends to be independent and not all that well informed. But this is what he said about the shooting of Renee Good and ICE's, actions throughout the country. Let's watch.
I think after that woman was shot, I think unfortunately, well, everything's unfortunate about it, right? But one of the real problems is now ICE are villains, and now people are looking at them like murderous military people that are on the streets of our city, and they're masked up, which is also a problem, right? Because if you get arrested by a cop, you're allowed to ask the cop, what is your name and badge number? And you could film that cop. If you get arrested by an ICE agent, you have no such right. They're wearing a mask. They don't have to tell you shit. That's a problem. That's a problem on our city streets, right? Because you could also pretend to be an ICE agent. You don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
Again, a great example of how I don't actually.
Because of you, Joe Rogan. Because of you.
Overwhelming majorities of the country don't want masked, anonymous federal law enforcement officials coming to your home, beating up American citizens, beating up anybody, demanding papers. This, what is happening with ICE right now is the Alex Jones fever dream that he's been ranting about on the radio in Austin for decades. It is coming to life, and like the good news is it is breaking through with some elements of the conservative world.
Yeah, I've seen now maybe 4 or 5 polls, mix of public polls and some private polling as well. And I was actually just surprised by the remarkable consistency in all of the polling. In just about every poll, every way you ask the question, only about a third, 1 in 3 people polled thinks there's any kind of justification for what happened to Renee Good, likes ICE, thinks that Renee Good was a domestic terrorist, thinks that ICE is doing a good job, thinks that they should be able to do what they're doing without a warrant. And overwhelmingly, over 50% in all those polls, people think that this is fucking horrendous. And if you break down by party, obviously more Republicans think this is fine. It's still like 2/3 of Republicans that think it's fine. And for independents, overwhelming. There's like 15-20% of independents in all these polls that think it's okay. So this is, and I think that's why we're seeing people like Joe Rogan speak out against it.
Yeah, and by the way, you know, the latest Gallup survey shows like the number of people identifying as independents is skyrocketing in this country, right? So that's a very important metric. Let's watch one last clip from another conservative. He's not really a conservative commentator. This is Tim Dillon. He's a comedian and podcaster. He was pro-Trump in the last election, but has since broken with him on a number of issues like the Epstein files. And then this is him talking about these ICE raids. Let's watch.
Then you have ICE, and who the hell are they? We don't even know. These are people that like answered an ad on Craigslist. I mean, these people, who is joining ICE? I mean, these people are so shocked. The people who are joining ICE are so shocked. You know, they don't have anything going on. These are people who like a mole threw out because they couldn't do like security at a mall. They I don't know what they did, but they're out now. They maybe attacked a child or something. So I don't know who's, they got ICE in there.
I love that clip because I do think like humor is one of the best ways you chop down an authoritarian. Like, we do not have to pretend that these ICE officers who are brutalizing American citizens or brutalizing people that they're trying to deport from the country deserve our respect. That they know what they're doing, that they're professional, that they are trained, that they're acting in a way that is remotely appropriate. Like, they are thugs. They are, Tim Dillon said later in that clip, they are people who got rejected from the backyard wrestling circuit. But like what Stephen Miller wants is to send them to our cities, to send them to liberal cities, to pick fights with American citizens to further justify his crackdown. Like, that is the goal here.
And that Slate piece that you referenced earlier, that reporter who tried to apply for ICE, she's former Army. She served 2 tours in Afghanistan, and she goes, before she did it online, she went to like one of the recruitment fairs that they're having for ICE, and so she was with a bunch of other people who asked questions of the recruiters, and it's really worth reading the whole piece, because they're saying things like, you go into these liberal cities and some of these protesters are forming a human wall, and then you know what you do? You just pop them. You pop them with some tear gas and let them.
Fallout 76. How do I power up the Poseidon energy plant? Fallout 76. How do I power up the food packaging factory at Sunshine Meadows Industrial Farm? Sun's setting. Oh, directly to the factory machine? Okay. I'm gonna go back real quick and I'm gonna finish. Because I did all the work for it, I might as well get the credit. Ooh, people are buying plans. Very good.
It's gonna cost a bit, but I know exactly who to call.
Hello, I am the real-life fake wizard. Grand Theft Auto 6 has cost over $1 billion to make. Some rumors say it's closer to $2 billion. The game has been delayed 3 times. First fall 2025, then May 2026, and now the upcoming release date is still supposed to be November 19th, 2026. Take-Two's stock dropped 10% after the last delay. A $3 billion market cap gone overnight. And as rumors swirl of the possibility of another delay, I just want to say to Rockstar, bros, take as much time as you need, okay? But when you do release the game, don't charge $70. Don't charge $80. I want you to go big, baby. Go for the gold. Grand Theft Auto 6 should cost $200. No, not because it deserves to be $200. That's absurd. No, I want to watch the AAA video games industry collapse. And Grand Theft Auto 6 at $200 would be throwing the match on the pile of money. Everything burns. Today's indie game shoutout is Spell Rogue, the tactical turn-based roguelike. Draft from over 350 powerful spells to assemble the perfect combination and crush your enemies in 70+ unique encounters. Face brutal choices, adapt to impossible odds, and strike back at the horrors that destroyed the world. To learn more about this game and hundreds of other indie games, visit our indie game discovery platform, fakeportal.com, or scan the QR code on your screen. Now back to the video. Video game publishers are desperate to increase the retail price of AAA games from $70 to $80 and then beyond. We learned this in 2025. Here's what happened. April 2nd, Nintendo announces Mario Kart World as a launch title for the Switch 2. The price? $80 for a kart racing game. Nintendo's response to the backlash all over the internet? We want to have variable pricing for games based on different perceived value. Thanks, Doug. April 7th, Nintendo doubles down. Analysts start predicting an industry-wide shift to $80 as the new standard. The corporate fat cats are now all smelling blood in the water. June 8th, Microsoft announces Outer Worlds 2 will be the first $80 first-party title. The internet loses its mind, myself included. I lost my mind about this. Made a video here. By July 23rd, Microsoft reverses course back to $70. pre-order refunds issued. They cite market conditions as the reason why, but we all know the truth. It's because pre-orders were in the toilet for the $80 Capitalism is Bad simulator. And then Christmas 2025, the Switch 2 holiday sales were down 35% in the United States compared to the original Switch launch in 2017. Analysts blame a complicated economic landscape, and there's a very strong case for that to be true, but we also need to consider that lots of people are simply priced out of the new console and/or they don't see the value anymore. The $80 price point is already failing. There have been a number of mainline Nintendo entries since Mario Kart, and none of them came in at $80. And I have to imagine that perhaps the worldwide backlash at $80 Mario Kart was a real, well, let's not say a wake-up call, but like certainly a gnat flying around the room that won't leave the executives alone. And that's a wonderful bridge to bring us back to Grand Theft Auto 6, which has long been debated for having a premium purchase price. Grand Theft Auto 6 has been in development since 2014. Principal production started in 2020 after Red Dead Redemption 2 shipped. Over 1,000 developers have worked on this game. Advanced AI, procedural generations, a Vice City remake with ambitions that make the original look like a student project. The leaks, which Rockstar has now validated by firing the people responsible, reveals 700 enterable buildings. GTA 5 had maybe 100. There's a relationship mechanic between the two protagonists. 6-star wanted levels with coordinated police AI tactics. That's a lot. But here's the problem. GTA 5 cost $265 million to produce. It launched at $60. It has sold over 200 million copies. It has generated over $8 billion in revenue. That's $8 billion with a B. GTA 6 costs somewhere between $1 and $2 billion to produce. The break-even point at $80 is roughly 12 to 25 million units sold, depending on whose numbers you trust. At $200, you need maybe 5 to 10 million. The math works here on paper. But GTA 5 did not make $8 billion because it was priced to break even. It made $8 billion because it was priced for volume, $60, accessible to everyone. The kind of game you buy because everyone is talking about it and you don't want to miss out being a degenerate with your friends. That's why a game like that succeeds. What happens then when that game costs $200? Insider Tom Henderson is predicting $80 for the standard edition and $100 for the deluxe edition. No early access, just some cosmetic garbage. A former Rockstar developer thinks they'll go $70 to avoid the greed perception. I hope they're all wrong. Go as high as you can. I said $200 before, but man, take it to $500. Rockstar should charge as much money as possible. Not because it's good for consumers. It's not. It's actually terrible for consumers. But because the only way this industry is going to learn is through complete failure. And Grand Theft Auto 6 overcharging is the fastest path to that failure. Here's what people aren't talking about enough. The video game market is already cracking. Console sales hit a 30-year low in 2025. 30 years. We haven't seen numbers this bad since the original PlayStation was new, and back then, these numbers certainly weren't considered bad numbers. 9,000 layoffs in 2025, down from 15,000 in 2024, but still catastrophic. Analysts are predicting another 7,500 this year. Concord, Sony's $200 million hero shooter, lasted 2 weeks before they shut the servers down and closed the studio. 2 weeks, $200 million gone. You have better odds in the casino. Gamers are already skipping $80 games. The data is showing it. Indies are surging, used game sales are up, people are waiting for discounts, retro is having a renaissance, the patience of the market has worn thin. We're done. Most gamers are just done with this crap. And into this environment, you're gonna drop Grand Theft Auto 6? Now, I know some of you in the comments are gonna say, Wizard, you're insane! You want this game to fail? You want developers to lose their jobs? You're rooting for destruction! And to that I would say, yes. Well, kind of. Let me explain why. The video game industry has been extracting value from consumers for over a decade now. Season passes, battle passes, loot boxes, day one DLC, microtransactions, and $70 single-player games, live service garbage, games launching broken and being fixed maybe 6 months later if we're lucky, and now they want $80. Well, soon they'll want 100, then 150, then 200. There is no ceiling, ain't that right, Doug? There is no point where they say, okay, we've had enough. Corporations don't work that way. Shareholders don't work that way. The only thing that stops them is us, buyers, saying no, closing our wallets. But here's the thing. We've been saying no in small ways for years. It's not working at the scale that it needs to, because they just pivot. They make adjustments. They find new ways to monetize. They just lay off developers and keep executive bonuses intact with the golden parachutes. No, what we need is absolute catastrophe. What we need is a company so confident in their product that they overprice it into oblivion. What we need is the biggest game of the decade, the game everyone is waiting for, the game that's supposedly there to save Take-Two, the game that 3 publishers delayed their own releases to avoid competing with. We need that game to faceplant so spectacularly that it resets the entire market.
It's not going to happen.
Grand Theft Auto 6
It's not going to happen.
at $200 could be that catastrophe. Let's run the numbers. GTA 6 is projected to sell 40 million units in year 1 at $80. That's $3.2 billion in revenue. A massive success. Take-Two stock price will go to $300 a share. Maybe. I'm not an analyst. I'm a fake wizard. But everyone's happy. At $200, you price out the casual audience. The people who bought GTA 5 because their friends were playing it. The teenagers who had to save up. The adults on tight budgets who can justify 60 or 70, but they definitely can't justify 200. GTA Online, which generated most of GTA 5's revenue, runs on volume. Millions of players spending small amounts of money over time. Shark cards, cosmetics. That model collapses if your install base is a fraction of what it should be. If GTA 6 sells 15 to 20 million at 200 instead of 40 million at 80, the math changes. Revenue drops. Online engagement craters. The live service model that Take-Two is banking on to drive recurring revenue for the next decade fails. And Take-Two, which has tied its entire corporate future to this one game, will implode. The stock crashes 30, 50% maybe. There'll be layoffs, project cancellations, maybe even an acquisition. Embracer-style fire sale of assets. And this won't just hit Take-Two. It will also hit Sony big time, who is banking on lots of people buying PS5s to play Grand Theft Auto 6. And every other publisher in the industry watches and learns and realizes maybe, just maybe, they can't charge whatever they want. And this isn't fantasy. We've seen this before. Cyberpunk 2077, it's a $316 million budget. It launched broken. The stock dropped 75%. There were layoffs and it took years of recovery. Anthem, BioWare's $200 million bet. The studio was halved, and just a few days ago, Anthem was taken offline forever. Concord, as I said earlier, a $200 million budget, shut down in 2 weeks. The studio closed, and it was a $400 million write-down. These are the consequences of failure, and the industry notices, and they'll be forced to adjust. They get a little less greedy for at least a little while, but those failures were containable. Those companies overall survived. Those weren't the biggest games in the world. Grand Theft Auto 6 is different. GTA 6 is the meteor that every other publisher is hiding from. Take-Two's entire future is riding on this. If the meteor hits and the dinosaurs die, that's a different lesson. That's an extinction level lesson. Here's what I think happens if Grand Theft Auto 6 at $200 fails. First, the $80 experiment dies a bloody death. Microsoft has already walked it back. Nintendo will be forced to walk it back. A Grand Theft Auto 6 disaster confirms what the data is already showing. Consumers won't pay these prices for games that aren't offering proportional value. Second, AAA budgets contract. No more billion-dollar development cycles, no more 8-year productions. There'll be smaller scopes, there will be much tighter focus, games that can actually ship on time and turn a profit without needing to sell 40 million copies. Third, Indie and mid-tier gaming will flourish. The gap between AAA and indie has been narrowing for years. A market correction accelerates that. More studios making $30 million games that sell 5 million copies instead of billion-dollar games that need to sell 40. Fourth, and this is the important one, the buyers regain control. Right now, the publishers set prices. Publishers decide what games get made. Publishers determine value, and we just accept it, or we don't buy. But there's no negotiation. There's no collective bargaining. There's no mechanism for consumers to say, this costs too much, and have that mean anything. A market crash changes this dynamic. When companies are desperate, when they're like bleeding money, when the stock is tanking, that's when buyers have the leverage. That's when prices drop. That's when quality is forced to improve and competition in the marketplace will thrive. That's when consumer voices actually matter. Now, there's going to be lots of people who disagree with me, and some people may lash out in the comments. And I want to address some of that. GTA 6 can't fail. The hype is too strong. People will pay anything. Maybe. Grand Theft Auto 5 sold 11 million copies. In the first 24 hours, it's $60. The hype is real, brand loyalty is real. But 2013 was a different market, a very different market. Games were much closer to being finished at launch. Microtransactions weren't industry standard. Consumer trust was significantly higher, and $60 felt like a fair price for what you were getting at that time. 2026 is different. Consumers are exhausted. Gamers are done. The industry has spent a decade eroding goodwill, and $200, even for GTA, is a lot of money. I specifically got this price point on location interviewing people at gaming conventions. And when I asked, would you pay $80? Most of them said yes. Would you pay $125? Most of them said yes. When I got it up to $200, they said, nah, that takes me out, bro. Developers will suffer. Layoffs hurt real people. This is true. I don't take it lightly. 9,000 people lost their jobs in 2025. That's devastating news. But here's the uncomfortable reality, and let's be very real. Those layoffs are happening anyway. They're happening because of bad corporate decisions, not because of consumer behavior. They're happening because executives greenlight billion-dollar products that can't possibly succeed, then fire the workers when the math stops mathing. A market correction doesn't cause layoffs. Corporate greed causes layoffs. A correction just accelerates the reckoning and hopefully creates conditions where sustainable development becomes the norm again. You're just being negative. You should want games to succeed. You're toxic for the gaming community. I do want games to succeed. I want good games made by well-treated developers, sold at fair prices to succeed. I want the industry to be healthy. But the industry isn't healthy. The industry is a bloated corpse floating down the river pretending to be alive. And sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let something die so that something better grows in its place from new creatives with new ideas. Grand Theft Auto 6 is likely going to be a good game. Rockstar knows how to make good games. The scope seems impressive. The technology they're using is cutting edge, but I don't want it to succeed. Not at $80, not at $100, and not at $200. If this game was to be priced
70,
so
80
high,
would be- 80
the
would be
market is
okay.
forced to reject it because they're priced out, we would see radical change in gaming. I want Take-Two to blow its back out trying to squeeze every possible dollar from consumers. I want the meteor to hit.
Is Borderlands
because
4
the
ever
only
gonna
way
hit
this industry
torrent?
learns is going to be through catastrophe, and we are long overdue for a correction. I think let the market burn and let something new grow from its ashes. Until next time, create, innovate, inspire, and for the love of God, cancel Disney+.
That was a lot of money. Jesus Christ.
When we talk about smuggling and selling marijuana in the United States at the end of the 20th century, the Colombian and Mexican cartels that supplied goods from their countries to the United States most likely come to mind. However, few people know that at the same time, there was an organization within the United States that produced no less, and perhaps even more marijuana than the Colombians and Mexicans imported. Right under the authorities' noses, they harvested hundreds of tons of the drug, from fields spread across almost the entire southeast of the country. They had their own strain of marijuana, their own code of silence, and later, as is customary, their own name, coined by journalists. Meet the cornbread mafia on the other side of the law. Our story begins in Kentucky, a state founded by persecuted Catholics from Maryland in the 18th century. 200 years later, especially in Marion County, a distilling industry developed that practically became the basis of the economy. Hundreds of Catholic families in the country made their living solely from working in distilleries. This became especially noticeable when Prohibition came, followed by the Great Depression. The new rules left the Catholic and Protestant minorities of Marion without work. No one offered any decent alternatives, so people started looking for them themselves. The county's residents decided that the only law that could dictate their rules was God's law. And since there was no prohibition on the sale of alcohol in the Holy Scriptures, the instructions of Congress could be disregarded. And so, bootlegging flourished in Marion, with all its consequences. Wars with inspectors, shootouts between the police and gangsters trying to free bourbon from distillery warehouses, and the discovery of huge moonshine stills that surpassed the size of legal distilleries from the pre-Prohibition era. Gradually, Marion County became a well-known center for illegal alcohol production, attracting both criminals and law enforcement agencies. During Prohibition, moonshiners flourished throughout the United States, especially between the Mississippi and Ohio rivers, but Kentucky had advantages: proximity to northern cities such as Detroit, Chicago, and Cleveland, and knowledge of the commercial distillation process. While most moonshiners used inefficient stills that produced about 190 liters per day, Marion County used steam stills that produced up to 1,100 liters per day. According to local lore, Al Capone himself visited local moonshine distilleries during his trips to Louisville to establish cooperation. And when Capone passed through Marion County in May 1932 on his way to federal prison in Atlanta, local moonshiners lined the railroad tracks to say goodbye to the man who had helped them earn a living. As the train sped past them, they raised their jugs of whiskey in salute. Incidentally, a year later, another celebrity of the criminal world visited Marion County, John Dillinger, recently released from prison. In the summer of 1933, Dillinger used the county as a base for bank robberies in Indiana and Ohio. And on August 11, 1933, on his way from Kentucky, Dillinger robbed a bank in Gravel Switch in the eastern part of the county with the help of local residents. Marion County became an attractive refuge for criminals because the locals kept their mouths shut. After numerous raids on farms, they realized that concealing the truth was their only protection from Prohibition inspectors, which led to an unspoken code of silence passed down from generation to generation. After Prohibition was repealed in 1933, Marion County did not stop producing illegal alcohol. Even during World War II, when the government rationed sugar, a key 1,000 pounds of weed to the United States.
Wait, you
in St.
skipped
Augustine, Florida, Bobby Joe organized.
Oh, damn it, go back, stupid piece of shit.
So meet Johnny Boone. Johnny Boone spent his childhood on a farm located on Bloomfield Road, Washington, which belonged to his mother's family. His father, Daniel Boone, was a domestic tyrant and alcoholic. A good day for Johnny and his brothers and sisters was when their father fell asleep before they returned from school. Otherwise, Daniel Boone's children had to hide under their beds or jump out of windows to avoid their father's belt. Their mother also had a hard time. Johnny always remembered the time when his father beat her with a fishing rod, and little Johnny took his mother to the doctor to have a fishhook removed from her cheek. In search of a father
What?
figure, Johnny Boone turned to his maternal grandfather, Poss Walker, the owner of extensive family farmland. Poss Walker, hardened by the Prohibition era, learned to supplement the family budget by moonshining, smuggling, and other means he deemed necessary to keep the farm afloat. He included these activities in his mentorship of his grandson, teaching young Boone skills for which no awards were given. In addition to moonshining, Walker taught Boone to grow tobacco in excess of the established quota, which incidentally was also suppressed by the government. Walker helped his 11-year-old grandson grow 0.7 acres of tobacco, for which he took 7th place in the county youth tobacco growing competition. In 1958, at the age of 15, Johnny Boone won the 4-H state championship in sheep farming, receiving a trip to Chicago for the National 4-H Congress as a prize. In 1960, Boone once again conquered Kentucky with his tobacco, making him a 2-time state champion. His winning tobacco project covered 2.6 acres, where he personally irrigated the land and carefully harvested the shoots and all the leaves. Johnny Boone graduated from high school in 1961 as a talented football player and 6th in his class academically. The local newspaper predicted he would attend the University of Kentucky, but fate had other plans. Despite his intelligence and ambition, Johnny Boone started a family and remained on the farm to continue his grandfather's tradition.
on my ribs. Hey, Mud Dragon 1. Nice. Nice, that was low hanging fruit. X4 foundations. How do I restock drones for the station? I sum at 31 million. I stuck with these reigns for 1 and I'm up. Okay, going to Starfield.
What do you need for that? Sand and cactus sap? Did we do that? Did we do that first? That's such an adventure. I actually need a sickle as well because I need to get silk. Maybe I'll head over there. Grab some stuff. That's done, right? Yeah. It's gonna take a hot minute. I don't even know where to get sand in there. I wasn't planning on adventuring right now, but I'm hoping I can kind of do this quickly and then we'll save time overall. That would be good. I actually wasn't going to take this on adventures either, but alas I am. So what's everyone up to tonight anyway? What are yous doing? Are yous like, so I know Nugsy's on Nemesis. What's everyone else up to? And hey, if there's anyone else super keen on joining the community server, feel free. You know, I'm not selective about who's on here at all. As long as you guys, like, I'm not even really trying to get extra channel members out of it either. It's not even that. The channel members thing is literally just so I can control, I don't know, it's like people who aren't interested in playing aren't going to become a channel member, if you know what I mean. Or people aren't going to, like, can't become a channel member just to troll. Or things like that. You know, it's all that kind of stuff that I'm trying to avoid. If that makes any sense.
This music is terrible.
And how cool are these diamantinas? You gonna fight the Allo? Oh, it is. I love these diamantinas, man. Oh, look, it's going to sleep. It's going to sleep. We could tame that. No, we couldn't. We don't have anything to tame it. How cool. All right, let's gotta try and be careful here. Did we get sand? Yes. I don't remember how much we need to make clay. We only need 85. Sorry, my...
These survival game loops, they're such traps. I can't believe this game is doing as well as this, but I heard it's incredibly addictive. Like, I've heard, in my real life, I've heard people talk about how addictive art can be. I don't like the graphics, I don't like the gameplay, I don't like the combat. There's problems.
When a sad, neglected, lonely kid decided to start making a rap career on YouTube, things really started to turn around for him. However, after his personal life began to go down the drain, he started moving in a much, much darker direction. This led to casualties, questions, and even conspiracies.
What? What did you do?
It's very rare but not unheard of for YouTubers to become killers. It's even more rare for them to become mass killers, with only a few examples to date. Among these is a man that you very likely never heard of, a man who made very little buzz online despite what he had done. To get into detail, let's start back at the beginning. Robert Eugene Cremo III was born on September 20th, 2000 in Chicago, Illinois. He came to be raised in Lake County for his entire life, mainly living in a city called Highland Park. Highland Park is a fairly affluent suburb of Chicago, home to only about 30,000 people at the time of this story. You might know it as the place where they filmed Ferris Bueller, or the previous home of Michael Jordan. Robert, who went by Bobby, was from a middle-class family. He had his father, Robert Cremo Jr., his mother Denise, and his 2 siblings. Unlike a lot of people in the wealthy Chicago suburb, his family had problems. In fact, it appears that Bobby was neglected from a very young age. When Bobby was only 2 years old, his mother Denise drove him out to a local Toys R Us store on a fairly hot day. She left him inside the car with the windows rolled up for about 30 minutes on this 80-degree day until someone saw him in the car and contacted the police. Denise was arrested and charged with child endangerment. She pled guilty and was ordered to undergo some sort of evaluation at a child advocacy center. This wouldn't be the end of her neglect, though. Bobby's father, Robert, was similarly neglectful, but it seems that this was mostly due to how much he was working. While Denise had listed her occupation as a homeopathic healer, Robert was more of a businessman. In 2008, when Bobby was about 8 years old, Robert, after running a few stores in the past, decided to open up his very own store. He and Denise decided to view it as a mom-and-pop sort of thing. The store was mainly a deli-type restaurant and pantry, and the people who knew Robert from his older stores were happy to come show their support. People lined up outside in the snow at 4 a.m. on the day that the store opened just to get in on the ground floor. Photos were taken that opening day, with the family looking pretty happy. The deli stayed fairly popular afterwards as well, being a hangout spot for a lot of people, both young and old, in the neighborhood. Bobby was often seen at the store, running around and having a good time while his father worked. This is where you might say things weren't good behind the scenes, but the dysfunction that this family began to show was completely public. In the restaurant, in front of friends and customers, Robert and Denise would have heated arguments fairly often. It was extremely evident that their marriage was in a rough patch, to put it lightly. One of Robert's friends later said, "It was awkward for people. I remember thinking, if that's the public arguments, I can only imagine the private ones." These arguments gradually began to turn into physical abuse, mainly on Denise's part. From 2009 onward, for the next several years, the police were called out to the home around 20 times, 9 of those times being reports of physical violence, usually with Denise hitting Robert with or throwing objects at him.
Wow.
Things like shoes, for example. This peaked in 2010 when Robert called the police to report that Denise had hit him with a screwdriver, implying that she had attempted to stab him but only ended up hitting him in the arm with it instead. Once he got to the police station, though, Robert recanted all of this, wishing to push the case no further. The police, after dealing with this so many times, recommended that Robert and Denise get marriage counseling or just separate entirely. Denise protested, saying that she wasn't violent and that Robert was only crying wolf. She wrote a handwritten statement to the police that said, "He threatens to call the police for any and every argument we get in. He says he wants the police to think I'm crazy." Both Bobby and his younger brother came to stand out to school staff as well, but not due to their own behavior. It was actually because of their parents' behavior. Bobby's former coach said that he and his brother were often left behind at school by their mom, who he called flighty. While their dad was busy at work, their mom would just completely forget about them and leave them at school for hours on end after their after-school programs had already ended. Bobby, all the while in the background, was trying to make things work on his own. In 2011, at only 11 years old, he decided that he wanted to become a rapper, opening up online accounts on various different platforms to try and make some music. He quickly adopted the name Awake the Rapper. Due to Bobby and his father sharing the same name, I'm going to refer to Bobby as Awake for the rest of this video. When it came time to start middle school, Awake mostly kept to himself. Most of his classmates at the time described him to be a weird, soft-spoken kid who showed very little interest in his classmates, school activities, or even his classes in general. One of his middle school classmates said, "When he did talk, he was very soft. He didn't seem aggressive ever, at all. Something definitely seemed off. He made it very clear that he didn't care about school." After a little while in middle school, Awake started to open up. He had gotten pretty interested in skateboarding, picking it up as a hobby that took up a good portion of his time. In doing so, he managed to make some friends as well. Around this time, Awake also discovered YouTube, making himself an account on the platform. Many of his early videos were about skateboarding exclusively, usually making DIY videos on how to replace the wheels on skateboards or how to grip them. High school would be a big turning point for Awake. While he had started to make friends and build up a social life in middle school, these friendships would come to dwindle over the next few years. According to one of his classmates, Awake was always by himself, distant, with no one even trying to be his friend. One of his classmates said that he did talk to him a little bit, saying that he knew that Awake was an aspiring rapper who released music all throughout high school. Beyond that, though, this classmate simply said, "He always seemed a little off, but I can't describe it much beyond that." After a couple of years of zero interest in high school, Awake came to drop out just before his junior year started. Awake never really commented on this much himself. What we do know is that his father, Robert, told a neighbor that his son had been having trouble at school due to what he only called emotional issues.
Going to make a frozen drink. I'll be right back.
Now out of high school, Awake had to find some other path in life, and he decided to lean more heavily into his career as a rapper and his appearance as such. He really wanted to focus on the music, but in order to do so, he felt that he also had to look the part. He started getting tattoos all over his hands, arms, and even his face. In fact, he got the word Awake tattooed right above his eye. He even drove a car with anime girl stickers in the windows and Pussy Mobile written across the back. His neighbors also said that he began to ride an electric bike while playing heavy metal music around the neighborhood and at some nature preserves nearby. In January of 2016, Awake had his first run-in with the law, although it wasn't for anything extreme. He was charged with possession of tobacco, being that he was still 16 years old when he was caught with a lot of cigarettes on hand. This didn't really seem to bother him too much in the end. If anything, it seems that he simply took it as evidence that his career as a rapper was right on track. Making a YouTube channel called Awake, he started posting more of his music. He also uploaded it to Spotify and Apple Music as well. When it came to his non-music related videos, he did still occasionally post videos of himself skateboarding along with some gaming videos and some graffiti speed painting. Awake really went viral for the first time in 2016. This was when he released a song called By the Pond, featuring an artist called Atlas. Riding on this high, he uploaded a music video as well for the song about a year after. The video ended up getting about 3 million views in total across all platforms before, for reasons unknown, Awake decided to delete the song entirely. However, this only added to his mystique. In 2017, Awake released his first full album titled Messages. Then in 2018, he released more of them, one being called Observer and the other being called The Future is Dope. He continued to collaborate with other artists as well, expanding his reach even further. Awake, wanting to be known, made an account on Wikipedia in order to make an article about himself. He also tried making pages about himself on a couple of different fandom wikis, like Wikitubia, a wiki about YouTubers, and the Rap Wiki. In 2019, he released a single called 24/7 that similarly performed decently well. I'm no music connoisseur by any means, but I would describe his vibe as being mellow, slow, more kind of sad-sounding rap. I don't think that it would be too outrageous to say that his music was actually pretty good, especially early tracks like those on Messages. Other people seem to hold the same sentiment, as Awake did develop a small following and consistently pulled in at least about 5,000 views on each of his new tracks. However, it wouldn't be too long before things started to go downhill for both Awake and his family. That very same year in 2019, his father Robert came to notice that he was in a very dire situation involving his finances. He told his friends that business was dwindling, that the cost of rent was only going up, and that his fees to the city for various reasons were becoming pretty daunting. So Robert came up with a very odd solution to fix all of this. He would just run for mayor. People were puzzled to see Robert running for the mayor of Highland Park in the first place. He was up against a woman named Nancy Rodering, who was coincidentally Awake's old Cub Scout leader. Robert promised that he would make the city more friendly for local businesses. Oddly enough, though, he was never really seen campaigning. He never even received a single donation other than a $560 donation that he had given to himself. In the end, Nancy Rodering won over 72% of the vote, beating him and the other candidates in a landslide. With his bid to become the mayor now lost, Robert was forced to close down the deli. The storefront was abandoned with a Bob Cremo for Mayor sign still in the window. They had been under a ton of debt. One of Robert's lenders sued both him and the deli, saying that he was owed over $750,000. A judge ended up ruling in the lender's favor after Robert refused to show up in court at all. While it's unclear if the debt was ever paid off, the family was in a desperate situation, basically financial ruin at this point. For Awake, who lived in an apartment in the back of the property, this was not a good sign of things to come. Over time, Awake had become depressed. In April of 2019, he attempted to end his life. About a week later, he decided to contact the police, telling them that he had done so. It seems that, in this case, the Highland Park police came out to his home to perform a wellness check. It would only be a few months after that the police would be coming out to his home once again, but this time it would be to check on his family instead. A family member had called the police after Awake, brandishing a knife, threatened that he was going to, in his own words, kill everyone. When the police came out, his parents rushed to defend him, saying that the weapons belonged to Robert and that Awake hadn't actually threatened anyone after all. With that, it would have been very difficult for the police to arrest him. What they did do was seize 16 knives, a dagger, and a sword from the home. While they didn't charge Awake with anything, they did file a clear and present danger report. According to the Illinois government, this is a report one is to file when someone expresses clear intentions of violence to themselves or others. This is normally done in order to prevent people from obtaining a firearms owner's identification card to keep violent individuals from buying or owning firearms. The police came around to perform another wellness check later on. This is when Awake admitted to them that he was a depressed drug user. That year, Awake filmed a music video for one of his songs called Out of My Mind, a somber video that mainly shows him walking around the city of Highland Park in black and white. It was one of the first times, if not the first time, that the viewers got an extended look at Awake, simply walking around and being himself. Around this time, Awake seemingly started to become a pretty big fan of Donald Trump. This may have been a bit of teenage rebellion, as the city of Highland Park was a fairly liberal area. He filmed himself at a Trump rally, mainly only filming the scene until at the end turning the camera around to show his face. He began to post pictures on social media depicting himself with a Trump flag draped over his shoulders like a cape. He attended some more rallies where, for reasons unknown, he decided to cosplay as Waldo from the Where's Waldo books. From time to time, he would grow confrontational, albeit only verbally, with counter-protesters as well, in contrast to his usual quiet, mild nature. It's worth noting that a lot of people, both those online and his own friends, have asserted that Awake was very likely only trolling with all the Trump content, emphasizing his goofy actions, such as wearing the Waldo costume to the rally. We're still in the dark as to how serious he actually was about it all, but he never did drop the topic. Awake began to use a logo for himself that strongly resembled the Suomen Sisu, a symbol used by a Finnish nationalist movement that has been at the center of a lot of controversy. It isn't known whether this was an intentional reference, whether he had made a similar symbol just because he thought the design was cool, or if it was a coincidence entirely. Again, there's really no way to know for sure. Awake would come to allude to his loneliness more and more within his music. By all accounts, it was apparent that he wanted a woman in his life. While working at a part-time job at Panera Bread, he came to frequently talk with a young woman his age, his co-worker and neighbor. The two grew decently close as they worked. In the beginning, Awake would tell her that he wanted to open up a sandwich shop with his father. However, after he grew more infatuated with this girl, he changed his mind, saying, "No, I want to stay at Panera if you're working there. I want to stay with you." Not really realizing that Awake thought of her in that way, the girl shot him down, telling him she wasn't trying to give off the signals that he was picking up. She deleted his messages and stopped talking to him, later writing, "We didn't date, but he did like me. He did have interest in me. But my parents are strict and I don't date. So I told him no, but we can be friends." It has been speculated that this was either the beginning of the end for Awake's mindset, or at least it was a very large contributing factor. From this point onward, he would only grow more dark and more depressed. When that Panera branch had to temporarily close during COVID, shortly after his talk with the girl, Awake made the choice not to return. Awake went out and applied for the previously mentioned firearm owner identification card, something he shouldn't have been able to get. Due to the fact that he wasn't even 21 yet, he would be required to get a sponsor in order to acquire one. His father, Robert, decided to be that sponsor and help him apply. The state of Illinois did have the clear and present danger report on record and the right to block Awake from getting his license, at least for 6 months, but for whatever reason they chose not to pursue it. In only a few months, Awake was able to get his hands on the card. He had passed a background check and, to them, seemed good to go.
Give him a gun.
On June 9th of 2020, he went out and purchased his first gun, likely his M&P 15 Smith & Wesson rifle. He bought the gun online from a store in another state, which then shipped it out to a local shop for him to pick it up. On July 18th, he bought another. Then on July 31st, he bought one more. In total, he ended up buying 5 guns. All the while, Awake hadn't given up on YouTube or music. Around the same time as his gun purchases, he had released an EP called Bang that included 8 new songs. Given that he was gathering a small following online, he decided to open up his own website. The website was pretty bare bones, only featuring his name, a join button, and a donation button. The join button would take users to Awake's own Discord server, called SS. On this server, he would mostly talk to his fans, sharing memes and links to his new music. As Awake began to grow more depressed, he also grew more interested in the dark side of the world. He made an account on a website called Documenting Reality, a private forum in which users document the more horrific side of life. It contains everything from videos of violence to death to even worse. Making an account under the name Awake47, he began to lurk on the forum fairly frequently, chiming in from time to time until he gradually grew to post more frequently. Awake began to more regularly post and comment on footage related to shootings and other mass incidents of violence. When he turned 21 years old in 2021, he posted a happy birthday message to himself, which included some personal, identifiable information. According to an expert in the Q movement named Mike Rothschild, this is what Awake's online activity mainly consisted of. Quote, "The world Cremo lived in was pretty far off from Q. He was in a 4chan bubble of ironic Nazi and anime memes, fascist-inspired music, and mass shooter ideation that basically consumes nothing but irony and sadness."
He was a Trumper.
Another expert has theorized that Awake might have been trying to use all of this to boost his reputation as a rapper or just online in general, saying that people like him often do this to, quote, "make themselves seem very intense and very violent to accumulate a certain amount of perverted clout among other people in the same online spaces." Regardless of what his intentions really were, while Awake continued down this darker path, his music began to reflect more of his changing mindset. One good example of this was a music video that he made for his song called Toy Soldier. The video opens with crudely drawn depictions of a boy and a girl at school. It seems that the boy has feelings for the girl as he is sending her romantic text messages from behind his textbook. She responds that she loves him too. The video then cuts to a depiction of Awake's own laptop using his channel logo on the screen alongside with the words "Join Us." With no context at all, the video then moves to a depiction of a school shooter in different poses. Awake is then shown flipping the bird in one of his traditional smiley face t-shirts before the video then cuts to drawings of injured people. The animated shooter is then shown face down in the middle of the street, apparently taken down by the police. The police then look around before an almost angelic depiction of the shooter appears on screen. The video then cuts back to the shot of the boy and the girl from the beginning. The song notably ends with the repeated line, "I'm in the dream, nothing's real. I just want to scream, fuck this world." After, Awake decided to re-release one of his previous songs, the one titled On My Mind. This time, the music video would present very different visuals than the previous iteration, starting off with Awake sitting in a classroom. He's shown sitting at the teacher's desk and standing around the lockers before he is then shown to be working on some kind of homework at his desk. The video continues to show Awake in different areas around the classroom as the vocals start to play. The video plays out like a normal music video for a while until he bends down from his desk to pull something out of his backpack. Then, as Richthofen's laugh from Call of Duty Zombies, along with some of the background music of the game that plays when the player dies, plays in the background, the scene quickly changes.
Oh good, it's our first school shooting rap video.
Awake is now standing in the middle on his hat as a strobe light lights up in the lockers room.
Why do you look so fucking crazy? This is how I view the right-wing youth. This is how I view the right-wing youth. They look so fucking stupid. Look how dumb it looks. What are you prepping for, you idiot? You think you're gonna have some SWAT confrontation with liberals or something? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Bicycle helmet. He has his channel logo on his hat as a strobe light lights up the room. The Call of Duty music continues to play as he does some strange things like open the lockers to reveal a secret room inside, hit a button labeled fire on a machine, and then pose with the American flag on his shoulder. The camera then shows the whole class.
He actually built all this? I don't think he paid for a music video. I think he made all this.
Room with money, papers, and pieces of metal.
He made his own music video?
which some have thought are either shell casings or something meant to represent them on the ground. Awake then sits back at his desk, revealing that he had been writing 1 + 1 = 5 in the notebook.
You are like a 22-year-old man. Why are you acting like you're in high school? Because you are. You're stuck in high school, you fucking idiot.
115 is yet another reference to Call of Duty Zombies, and it's a reference that he also included in the background of his Toy Soldier video as well. Overall, the video is strange. While it definitely does seem to allude to school shootings, it doesn't outright depict anything of the sort aside from the tactical gear or the metal on the ground that people believe to be shells. The media, when talking about this video, only really reported on these aspects, failing to notice or understand the many Call of Duty references in the video. Given that Awake was shown to be a very big fan of the game in the past, posting gameplay videos to his channel, this could have just been a very bizarre tribute to the video game as well. Without his comment on the matter, it's hard to know what exactly he intended to convey. In addition, Awake began to post some other videos to YouTube that were really nothing more than collections of cryptic statements.
Who and what are the enemies?
So he hinted at being a mass shooter right in his music videos and shit like this, and then he went and then he goes and does it.
Of freedom here in the United States.
You are such an idiot. Who the fuck puts their own name on their fucking forehead? Just ask the person. Just be like, "Hi, I'm Awake," or whatever. Do you need to tattoo it on your forehead?
Are you in need of freedom? Are you in need of freedom? Are you in need of freedom? Well, buy it today. Have you been held a prisoner of your own device? Buy freedom today. It's 100% freedom. I need you to take a leap of faith. I need you to take a leap of faith.
What are you
At
talking
this point,
about,
nothing
crazy?
was really going well for Awake. The mortgage company for his parents' property had begun foreclosure proceedings, saying that the family owed them nearly $200,000 at this point on a house that was valued at only $425,000. Awake very well knew that he was likely going to be thrown out of his apartment on the property as well. It could be any day now, and he didn't have a lot of money to fall back on when that day came. On top of that, by this point, his parents had separated. Awake began to have darker thoughts.
Good old homelessness. It always shows up right when you're at the end.
While he had shown an interest in violence and the darker side of life before, even being as bold as to convey it in his videos, he hadn't planned out any sort of attack himself. That was about to change as he grew more depressed, more hopeless, and more detached. It was around this time that one of Awake's most mysterious incidents occurred. He made his way out to a Jewish synagogue in the city. To be specific, it was the Central Avenue Synagogue, a Chabad house. He showed up during the Passover Seder completely randomly. He wasn't carrying a weapon and seemed aloof more than anything. He was simply asked to leave as they were in the middle of a ceremony, and he complied, going back home. We can't really know what Awake's intentions were with that interaction. Maybe in his depressed state, he was trying.
So he goes to a synagogue. What does that have to do with anything? Did he harm anybody? At which point it's like,
trying to find God.
There's like a weird suspicion of like right-wing stuff here. Hi, kitty. What you looking at? You look bored. Like you want me to play with you? I will play with you. doing, kitty? Oh, pretty kitty. Well, what's up with you? Well, you want to cuddle? Want to sit on my lap? Sit on lap. Oh, my pillow is a bit askew. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Had to kind of have my lunch, as it were. Hi, kitty. You want to come sit? You can come sit. Hi, you want to come sit? Yeah, just sit. Just sit on my lap.
In the end, Nancy Rotering won over 72% of the vote, beating him and the other candidates in a landslide. With his bid to become the mayor now lost, Robert was forced to close down the deli. The storefront was abandoned with a Bob Cremo for Mayor sign still in the window. They had been under a ton of debt. One of Robert's lenders sued both him and the deli, saying that he was owed over $750,000. A judge ended up ruling in the lender's favor after Robert refused to show up in court at all. While it's unclear if the debt was ever paid off, the family was in a desperate situation, basically financial ruin at this point. For Awake, who lived in an apartment in the back of the property, this was not a good sign of things to come. Over time, Awake had become depressed. In April of 2019, he attempted to end his life. About a week later, he decided to contact the police, telling them that he had done so. It seems that, in this case, the Highland Park police came out to his home to perform a wellness check. It would only be a few months after that the police would be coming out to his home once again, but this time it would be to check on his family instead. A family member had called the police after Awake, brandishing a knife, threatened that he was going to, in his own words, kill everyone. When the police came out, his parents rushed to defend him, saying that the weapons belonged to Robert and that Awake hadn't actually threatened anyone after all. With that, it would have been very difficult for the police to arrest him. What they did do was seize 16 knives, a dagger, and a sword from the home. While they didn't charge Awake with anything, they did file a clear and present danger report. According to the Illinois government, this is a report one is to file when someone expresses clear intentions of violence to themselves or others. This is normally done in order to prevent people from obtaining a firearms owner's identification card to keep violent individuals from buying or owning firearms. The police came around to perform another wellness check later on. This is when Awake admitted to them that he was a depressed drug user. That year, Awake filmed a music video for one of his songs called Out of My Mind, a somber video that...
You know, I kind of lost the track of the last 3 minutes, so I'm going to move it back, sorry.
...was on each of his new tracks. However, it wouldn't be too long before things started to...
Ugh, why do you guys look like freaks?
...go downhill for both...
You look like a mix between a drug addict, some kind of clown, and a gangsta.
Both Awake and his family.
I've never understood this vibe. I had another friend who had this exact vibe. He was such a loser. I hated him so much. He used to rip off my friends so bad. One time I loaned him
That very same year in 2019, his father Robert came to notice that he was in a very dire situation involving his finances. He told his friends that business was dwindling, that the cost of rent was only going up, and that his fees to the city for various reasons were becoming pretty daunting. So Robert came up with a very odd solution to fix all of this. He would just run for mayor. People were puzzled to see Robert running for the mayor of Highland Park in the first place. He was up against a woman named Nancy Rotering, who was coincidentally Awake's old Cub Scout leader. Robert promised that he would make the city more friendly for local businesses. Oddly enough, though, he was never really seen campaigning. He never even received a single donation other than a $560 donation that he had given to himself. In the end, Nancy Rotering won over 72% of the vote, beating him and the other candidates in a landslide. With his bid to become the mayor now lost, Robert was forced to close down the deli. The storefront was abandoned with a Bob Cremo for Mayor sign still in the window. They had been under a ton of debt. One of Robert's lenders sued both him and the deli, saying that he was owed over $750,000. A judge ended up ruling in the lender's favor after Robert refused to show up in court at all. While it's unclear if the debt was ever paid off, the family was in a desperate situation, basically financial ruin at this point. For Awake, who lived in an apartment in the back of the property, this was not a good sign of things to come. Over time, Awake had become depressed. In April of 2019, he attempted to end his life. About a week later, he decided to contact the police, telling them that he had done so. It seems that, in this case, the Highland Park police came out to his home to perform a wellness check. It would only be a few months after that the police would be coming out to his home once again, but this time it would be to check on his family instead. A family member had called the police after Awake, brandishing a knife, threatened that he was going to, in his own words, kill everyone. When the police came out, his parents rushed to defend him, saying that the weapons belonged to Robert and that Awake hadn't actually threatened anyone after all. With that, it would have been very difficult for the police to arrest him. What they did do was seize 16 knives, a dagger, and a sword from the home. While they didn't charge Awake with anything, they did file a clear and present danger report. According to the Illinois government, this is a report one is to file when someone expresses clear intentions of violence to themselves or others. This is normally done in order to prevent people from obtaining a firearms owner's identification card to keep violent individuals from buying or owning firearms. The police came around to perform another wellness check later on. This is when Awake admitted to them that he was a depressed drug user. That year, Awake filmed a music video for one of his songs called Out of My Mind, a somber video that mainly shows him walking around the city of Highland Park in black and white. It was one of the first times, if not the first time, that the viewers got an extended look at Awake, simply walking around and being himself. Around this time, Awake seemingly started to become a pretty big fan of Donald Trump. This may have been a bit of teenage rebellion, as the city of Highland Park was a fairly liberal area. He filmed himself at a Trump rally, mainly only filming the scene until at the end turning the camera around to show his face. He began to post pictures on social media depicting himself with a Trump flag draped over his shoulders like a cape. He attended some more rallies where, for reasons unknown, he decided to cosplay as Waldo from the Where's Waldo books. From time to time, he would grow confrontational, albeit only verbally, with counter-protesters as well, in contrast to his usual quiet, mild nature. It's worth noting that a lot of people, both those online and his own friends, have asserted that Awake was very likely only trolling with all the Trump content, emphasizing his goofy actions, such as wearing the Waldo costume to the rally. We're still in the dark as to how serious he actually was about it all, but he never did drop the topic. Awake began to use a logo for himself that strongly resembled the Suomen Sisu, a symbol used by a Finnish nationalist movement that has been at the center of a lot of controversy. It isn't known whether this was an intentional reference, whether he had made a similar symbol just because he thought the design was cool, or if it was a coincidence entirely. Again, there's really no way to know for sure. Awake would come to allude to his loneliness more and more within his music. By all accounts, it was apparent that he wanted a woman in his life. While working at a part-time job at Panera Bread, he came to frequently talk with a young woman his age, his co-worker and neighbor. The two grew decently close as they worked. In the beginning, Awake would tell her that he wanted to open up a sandwich shop with his father. However, after he grew more infatuated with this girl, he changed his mind, saying,
So now we've been through this part twice, and it's funny how like they're like he put like 3 minutes in the video or something, not that much, but it's like, I don't know, like he put like 45 seconds in the video of talking about a relationship that the guy doesn't even have.
No, I want to stay at Panera if you're working there. I want to stay with you.
I don't think this girl is pertinent to the story or anything like that. It's just somebody that he brushed up against. That's how unremarkable these people's lives are. One time he may have met a girl, you know, and it's sort of weird. It is weird.
Not really realizing that Awake thought of her in that way, the girl shot him down.
Yeah, and this is like an afterthought. So one time he may have met a girl, and I can't imagine that kind of reality.
Telling him she wasn't trying to give off the signals that he was picking up. She deleted his messages and stopped talking to him, later writing, "We didn't date, but he did like me. He did have interest in me. But my parents are strict and I don't date. So I told him no, but we can be friends."
Kitty.
It has been speculated that this was either the beginning of the end for Awake's mindset, or at least it was a very large contributing factor. From this point onward, he would only grow more dark and more depressed. When that Panera branch had to temporarily close during COVID, shortly after his talk with the girl, Awake made the choice not to return. Awake went out and applied for the previously mentioned firearm owner identification card, something he shouldn't have been able to get. Due to the fact that he wasn't even 21 yet, he would be required to get a sponsor in order to acquire one. His father, Robert, decided to be that sponsor and help him apply. The state of Illinois did have the clear and present danger report on record and the right to block Awake from getting his license, at least for 6 months, but for whatever reason they chose not to pursue it. In only a few months, Awake was able to get his hands on the card. He had passed a background check and, to them, seemed good to go. On June 9th of 2020, he went out and purchased his first gun, likely his M&P 15 Smith & Wesson rifle. He bought the gun online from a store in another state, which then shipped it out to a local shop for him to pick it up. On July 18th, he bought another. Then on July 31st, he bought one more. In total, he ended up buying 5 guns. All the while, Awake hadn't given up on YouTube or music. Around the same time as his gun purchases, he had released an EP called Bang that included 8 new songs. Given that he was gathering a small following online, he decided to open up his own website. The website was pretty bare bones, only featuring his name, a join button, and a donation button. The join button would take users to Awake's own Discord server, called SS. On this server, he would mostly talk to his fans, sharing memes and links to his new music. As Awake began to grow more depressed, he also grew more interested in the dark side of the world. He made an account on a website called Documenting Reality, a private forum in which users document the more horrific side of life. It contains everything from videos of violence to death to even worse. Making an account under the name Awake47, he began to lurk on the forum fairly frequently, chiming in from time to time until he gradually grew to post more frequently. Awake began to more regularly post and comment on footage related to shootings and other mass incidents of violence. When he turned 21 years old in 2021, he posted a happy birthday message to himself, which included some personal, identifiable information. According to an expert in the Q movement named Mike Rothschild, this is what Awake's online activity mainly consisted of. Quote, "The world Cremo lived in was pretty far off from Q. He was in a 4chan bubble of ironic Nazi and anime memes, fascist-inspired music, and mass shooter ideation that basically consumes nothing but irony and sadness." Another expert has theorized that Awake might have been trying to use all of this to boost his reputation as a rapper or just online in general, saying that people like him often do this to, quote, "make themselves seem very intense and very violent to accumulate a certain amount of perverted clout among other people in the same online spaces." Regardless of what his intentions really were, while Awake continued down this darker path, his music began to reflect more of his changing mindset. One good example of this was a music video that he made for his song called Toy Soldier. The video opens with crudely drawn depictions of a boy and a girl at school. It seems that the boy has feelings for the girl as he is sending her romantic text messages from behind his textbook. She responds that she loves him too. The video then cuts to a depiction of Awake's own laptop, using his channel logo on the screen alongside with the words "Join Us." With no context at all, the video then moves to a depiction of a school shooter in different poses. Awake is then shown flipping the bird in one of his traditional smiley face t-shirts before the video then cuts to drawings of injured people. The animated shooter is then shown face down in the middle of the street, apparently taken down by the police. The police then...
You know who this reminds me of slightly is Jarris Johnson. But Jarris Johnson was actually good. He was like an actually good white rapper who, like, I don't know what his politics are or whatever, but, you know, he wasn't actually good. Like, it's weird. You could see that there's people who did well with this kind of image, and he was slightly, like, there was this, like, this whole mystique around Jarris Johnson that was, like, he was, like, this playboy rapper, like, metal dude, DJ, producer. And, you know, I only caught him for like 3 videos or something before I just stopped paying attention to him. But there was like a person in the scene that actually kind of went far, like with this image that he's trying to fucking bite. And it's like this, it's like these emo, screamo rap kids that tattoo their fucking arms and shit, and they're all like 90 pounds for some reason, and they wear those tight pants, and they look like scene kids, like emo kids. They do kind of look emo. Doesn't he look emo? They look kind of emo, and that was Jarris Johnson. Like if we, I don't know if I guess I could pull a picture of Jarris Johnson. That's not hard to do, and you'll understand the aesthetic that I'm talking about. There it is. That's Jarris Johnson, right? Oh, I misspelled. Oops. Jarris Johnson. And we're looking at images, right? And there's Unsheath My Sword and all that. And there's Jarris Johnson. There. He's even got the tattoos on the face. Look, this is the guy. Look, this is the guy this is the guy that he's fucking biting. Look, they're all biting somebody. Memento Mori. Why do you have Memento Mori under your eye? You're a dumb white scene kid. You're like a scene kid and you fucking tatted your face. But I mean, like, you had a music career. I actually like Jarrett Johnson, but now I wonder if he's some right-wing coded. There's the American flag behind him. I wonder if he's some kind of right-wing coded. Let's ask the AI. What is Jarrett Johnson's political affiliation? Not that it matters, but it's like, I think I've been right-wing coded in rap. Yeah, I like Jarrett Johnson, but it's like, I couldn't tell. It's like, I don't think all of these guys are right-wing coded rappers, but they kind of come across like that. They look like white guys trying to sort of poser their way through being rappers. And I swear to God, they're biting like Yellow Wolf.
Then look around before an almost angelic depiction of the shooter appears on screen. The video then cuts back to the shot of the boy and the girl from the beginning. The song notably ends with the repeated line, "I'm in the dream, nothing's real. I just want to scream, fuck this world." After, Awake decided to re-release one of his previous songs, the one titled On My Mind. This time, the music video would present very different visuals than the previous iteration, starting off.
He looks like a mix between a raver, a rapper, a scene kid, a screamo, a goth. What do you want to be? It's weird. How do you comprise 10 things like this? I know, because I have like 200 of it myself. I know all those scenes and all the music and the styles from the scenes and stuff, but I don't dress like all 20 scenes at once. And that's what I see here. It's like you're dressing like all 20 scenes.
Off with Awake sitting in a classroom.
It is
He's shown
weird.
Sitting at the teacher's desk and standing around
There's like a skater thing going on, and a goth thing, and a screamo thing, and an emo thing, and a fucking rapper thing, and a metal thing, and a fucking like metalcore, new metal thing. Like, how many things are you gonna do with just one set of clothes? It's sort of weird. How do you do this stuff? You guys are like scene chameleons. You've been through so many different revolutions that of like, you know, I know because I've been there. I've been through so many different revolutions in music and fucking culture and stuff, and I know that I'm like going through other revolutions right now. But I don't wear that all in my clothes.
Lockers before he is
on my. I don't tap my face. I don't know. You guys seem to.
Then shown to be working on some kind of homework at his desk. The video continues to show Awake in different.
I really want to watch this again. I don't want to watch this part of it again because it's like so
leap,
like mass killer coded. I don't like it.
Of faith.
Are you talking about killing a bunch of people?
Awake very well knew that he was likely going to be thrown out of his of life.
So we gotta skip back pretty far now. It's just dumb. Like
we're going.
Like a sleepwalker, unable to stop and think. My actions will be valiant, and my thought is unnecessary. I know what I have to do. I know what's in it, not only for me, but for everyone else. Where am I going? I don't know. I don't care. There is no past or future, just the now. It is more abstract than I could ever imagine. I can feel the atmosphere pushing me in. It's unstoppable. Like,
there's this old television show. I'm gonna pause my YouTube. Okay, there we go. I'm paused, guys. Sorry, I lost about 10 minutes there because I forgot to unpause.
He would need to borrow her car for a bit.
God, they just go on and on and on and on. I'm learning now that I don't care. Yeah, but is it like, do you care? I don't know. Do you care that I do this? Just gonna glance around on the various surfaces looking for... I mean, they don't care that I rob them blind, I guess. Yeah, let's just save just in case. I think I'm gonna mod my macro... Oops, I should log back in. Think I'm gonna mod my macro... to do a couple of more things. I have this spam EF enter thing. I think I want to go through this and just say delete, 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 delete. I want to go start record. I want to do ERF enter space. ERF enter space. Okay. Now, we're going to get rid of all of the MS in between. Oops, okay. Then we're going to save. Then we're going to get rid of all of... the things in between. And we're going to put... And we're gonna put like a 25 ms thing there, and then we save, and we apply, and in this way I can always like pretty much like yeah, and then I guess space is a bad one, I guess, but it's good for accepting things. Yeah, like I can, and yeah, it's good. Little cold tonight. That's locked somewhere else. Tell me where to go. I have a different view on loot now, where I'm like, I don't have to loot, I'm so rich, you know, until I start the new game anyways. So I'm kind of like looted out. Now I just want to like run through the quest and be done. The hell am I now? Oh god. Skeleton. Oh, you are not tracking this quest, which is annoying. I don't even know which one I'm on either. There we go. Entangled, I guess. So, where do I go? You don't tell me. Okay. Oh, yes, you do. This, yeah, that button skips conversations really fast. The fuck was this, man? I mean, you flipped me to them and then I like shot them. You're gonna forgive me, right? You auto-saved. That better not affect me. Oh, damn it. What? I love this shotgun.
Not knowing that anything was amiss, she told him that that would be fine. Awake hopped into the vehicle and peeled out of the yard. He never intended to die in his attack. Instead, he fully planned on going on the run. More frighteningly, he wasn't done. He still wanted to carry out more attacks that day. With that, he left Highland Park. Back on Central Avenue, the scene was calming down as the panic began to turn into horror. 48 people were injured in the streets by either bullets or shrapnel. The injured ranged in ages from anywhere from 8 years old to almost 90. One of the victims was rendered paralyzed for life. Worse than that, 5 of the victims had died right there in the street. 2 more were rushed to the hospital as well, but unfortunately the doctors weren't able to save their lives. Those who died were Irina McCarthy, Kevin McCarthy, Jacqueline Sondheim, Catherine Goldstein, Stephen Strauss, Nicholas Toledo Zarzoga, and Eduardo Ovaldo. Many people still stood in the streets in complete shock, unsure of where to go or what to do. The streets were now littered with abandoned lawn chairs, picnic blankets, backpacks, and debris. They were left with the knowledge that not only did they not even know who had shot them, but that nobody had been caught, meaning their killer had gotten away. The police immediately put out an all-points bulletin about the incident. They warned anyone out there that their killer was still at large, armed, and extremely dangerous. Several cities nearby canceled their planned events too, worried that the shooter was on his way to target them as well. They were right to feel that way. Over 100 different officers from several different agencies were brought on to respond to the shooting.
7, nice.
They quickly found Awake's lost and forgotten rifle on the scene and were able to piece together what had likely happened. From nearby security camera footage, they were able to get a picture of him dressed in his disguise from earlier in the day. Awake was in his mother's car, heading far from the Chicago area and making his way towards Madison, Wisconsin. Still armed with the second rifle in his car, the Caltech Sub 2000, he debated on what he should do next. He still wanted to kill more people, but it had already taken him a lot of planning to carry out an escape from the first one. He really wanted to attack a similar parade taking place in Madison, but he ultimately decided against it. Not only were the police possibly on his trail already, but he didn't know the area very well and was very unprepared to carry out a similar attack there. Instead, he decided that he should hide, dropping his phone out of the car in the Middleton, Wisconsin area. He then turned the car around, heading back south. By now, the police back home had already put the pieces together and gotten a clear image of the car that they felt the shooter was likely using, a 2010 Honda Fit. The car was very visually unique as it had sustained a lot of damage to the trunk previously. Not knowing who was in on the attack, the police back home surrounded Awake's house, being that he was living in the apartment on his father's property. The police and the feds approached the home with rifles drawn. They closed off the roads heading up to the house, only allowing those on the case to enter. Given that Denise, Awake's mother, was staying in a different place by this point, her home was raided as well. She became irate after being confronted by the police. She and Robert immediately lawyered up for what was to come. A driver from Waukegan recognized the car on the highway heading towards Wadsworth. They called the police, letting them know where the shooter was and where he was heading. The North Chicago and Lake Forest police came to confront Awake, driving near Lake Forest, Illinois. Awake attempted to make a break for it, but only carried out a brief chase before the police surrounded him. He was thrown out of the car and onto the ground, arrested on the spot. It was now 6:30 p.m., meaning that Awake had evaded the cops for about 8 hours after his attack. Now, he was finished. The police took Awake in for an interview in which he fully admitted to the attack. Throughout talking to the police, he admitted to a few things. For one, he said that he was only aiming at people from the waist up, shooting to kill. He was able to vividly remember the first target he shot. He described the scene of panic, saying that he watched people flee and run into each other, falling down to the ground in the process. He referred to the people as sleepwalkers and zombies. This ties into both his final video and possibly the previous Call of Duty references. While the city of Highland Park was left in chaos, so was the internet. Once pictures of Awake began to hit the news, it all quickly hit the fan. Right off the bat, it was widely reported that he was transgender, leading to a lot of hate online.
Told you!
This was more than likely not a case of...
I told you, didn't I? Like 15 minutes before they got to it, I was like, this is how LGQBT gets blamed for the actions of a crazy right-winger, white, like rich white kid or whatever. And it's funny, and this happens. They dress up like as a woman to go commit their crimes. A trans gets blamed for what they do. I was like, is Charlie Kirk's murder like that? But I don't think it is. This has good damage for like what it does. 56. So we got this shotgun, which I need to mod. Look, it is super strong. It's strong. Breach shotgun. This thing's accurate as hell. Oh, that's my top weapon. I mean, that thing's actually really good. Yeah, that's my sniper. This is that mag pulse. It's on 5. 6. All of them do really good damage. This pacifier shotgun's really good too. It has good damage, but it's not as good as the other breacher. And I haven't even modified the breacher yet. So now what? My stomach's cramping because I have some kind of stomach disorder. Yep, shotgun's strong. Good damage for stuff like aliens and stuff. It's like the highest damage I've seen. I thought value was better, but maybe damage is better. Oh, yeah, like I think damage is still king, even over value. I thought value was better. But no, I think if you sort by damage, you only keep the highest damage stuff you have. You only ever get higher damage stuff, and that would be a better sorting acronym. Sorting query in my mind. Where do I go? Up? Do I go up? No. Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? That's not it. That's not it. Maybe that's it? No, that's not it. Where do I go? Where do I go? There we go. What? Oh. Oh, what? Whoa. Yep. Very good shotgun. This is the best shotgun I've had. I'm learning to sort by damage. Ah! Oh. Save, I've gone a long time. What? Ah! Ah. I keep thinking the cat's on my lap, but she's not. Nice. I put a left click thing on my 10 key. That's not gonna work. I need to just disable for now and figure out something else. Auto run would be nice. That wouldn't be that bad of a thing. But I don't think the 10 key is the appropriate number for that. I think the 7 key is. 7 is 7. No, I want that to be a macro for W. No, not W. No, I need to write a macro for R. Then I'll come back. And on my 7, no, my 10, I'll make an R key. I don't think that's that bad. Or I don't know about R. Can we just get a fair key combination disable macro DPI? Okay, I don't know. Anyways, and my 1 key is play pause, yeah.
Intentional misinformation, given that Awake had deliberately disguised himself as a woman in order to fool people. This was all corrected pretty quickly when more information came to light. The same day as the shooting, 4chan was able to put it together that the shooter was none other than Awake the rapper on YouTube. They immediately started pulling his videos and images of him from social media, making memes out of them and degrading him. 4chan also raided his Discord channel, leading to it getting shut down at almost the same time that he was arrested. 4chan continued to spread a lot of memes about Awake, resulting in his ridicule all over the internet. He had posted on documenting reality so much that some of the users on the forum immediately recognized his face as it was appearing all over TV. They were pretty shocked, given that they had mostly thought of him as a fairly chill guy. One of them wrote, "I always knew there was at least one murderer on the site, and I'm not convinced he's the only one. But Awake? Wow." Now that Awake was in police custody, the people around town were left with nothing to do but pick up the pieces. It wasn't too long before a lot of people who used to know Awake came to tell their stories of him. The mayor of Highland Park, Nancy Rodering, the woman that Awake's father had lost to, the woman who had previously been Awake's own Cub Scout leader, spoke about the shooting. She said that Awake wasn't known to the police. This was either a lie or due to a lack of information on her part. Not only had he been arrested for the tobacco charge, but the police had been out to his home multiple times to confront him, even writing a report specifically noting that he was dangerous. The mayor said, "I know him as somebody who was a Cub Scout when I was the Cub Scout leader. And it's one of those things where you step back and say, what happened? How did somebody become this angry, this hateful, to then take it out on innocent people who literally were just having a family day out?" The girl that Awake had previously worked with, the one who refused to date him, began to feel extremely guilty. She wondered if she was somehow, even indirectly, responsible for the attack. She wondered if it was her declining to date him that sent him down this path. She said, "I feel like if I'd kept talking to him, if I'd be more social with him, maybe this would not have happened. Maybe he didn't have a reason to snap. I'm blaming myself." Awake's parents released their own statement through their lawyer, in which they wrote, "We are all mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, and this is a terrible tragedy for many families, the victims, the parade goers, the community, and our own. Our hearts, thoughts, and prayers go out to everybody." The Illinois State Police were pretty quickly questioned as to why Awake's clear and present danger report didn't prevent him from obtaining his firearm license. They said that when they questioned him previously, he denied that he wanted to hurt himself or others. They added that his family refusing to move forward on charges or a formal complaint left the case very dubious. They also had refused to provide any information on his mental health, which they would have been able to use in place of anything else. In the end, they basically said that the parents were mainly at fault. As time came to pass, the investigation was forced to admit that they didn't understand Awake's motivations for the attack, if he really had any. While some have asserted that his right-leaning beliefs might have convinced him to attack the city due to a large Jewish population, the police never found a single bit of evidence that Awake hated Jews or even had really talked about them in the past. Security-related authorities in Chicago said, "Nothing overtly we have identified in his social media post says this was an anti-Semitic attack, but we are coordinating with law enforcement. Apparently on social media there are some indications that he was ideating around the 4th of July for some period of time, which would indicate this was not an attack on one particular community." Many suburbs around Chicago canceled all their 4th of July celebrations. Six Flags continued to stay open but canceled their fireworks show, feeling that it was in bad taste. The Chicago White Sox felt similarly, playing their scheduled match but canceling the fireworks. A GoFundMe page was started in order to raise money for the 2-year-old child of Irina and Kevin McCarthy. In one moment, he had lost both of his parents. People donated to the campaign in droves, eventually raising over $3 million. On July 18th, several members of the North Chicago Police Department were honored for their role in capturing Awake when he went on the run. 6 officers and 1 detective received letters of commendation. Awake was formally charged on 7 counts of first-degree murder. The next day after the attack, he fully confessed to what he had done. For that, he was to be held without bail. A preliminary hearing was set up, scheduled to take place on July 28th. This was interrupted, however, when Awake came to be hit with many more charges. On July 27th, he was indicted on 117 felonies. For each of the 7 victims, he was hit with 3 counts of first-degree murder. For each injured victim, he was hit with 1 charge of attempted murder and 1 charge of aggravated battery. In December of 2022, Awake's father, Robert Cremo Jr., was arrested as well and charged with 7 counts of reckless conduct in relation to what his son had done. This was due to the fact that he had been the sponsor on Awake's gun license during the time of the shooting, having knowingly sponsored someone under the age of 21 with mental health issues who had threatened violence in the past. He surrendered to the police but was released shortly after on a $50,000 bond. Because of this shooting, the state of Illinois introduced an assault weapons ban that was signed into law on January 10, 2023. This expanded upon an already existing list of banned weapons in the state. This bill included restrictions for magazine capacity as well, restricting rifles to 10-round mags and handguns to 15. Anyone who already owned one of these weapons before the bill was allowed to keep it, but they were forced to register it with the state. Just a month later in February, it came time for Awake's father to face his own trial. He entered a plea of not guilty. However, as things continued, he changed his mind and pled guilty to 7 misdemeanor charges of reckless conduct as a part of a plea deal. For this, he was sentenced to 60 days in jail and 2 years of probation. However, he was released from jail shortly after on good behavior, only having been in for a few weeks. Awake himself continued to make waves from jail. He was caught making prank calls to a New York Post journalist and had his phone privileges removed for 30 days. After that, a woman with a blog, a self-proclaimed nurse, mental health advocate, and investigative journalist, had contacted him to speak with him about a post on her conspiracy blog. She had come up with an elaborate theory as to what had actually happened to Awake. She theorized that the founder of the Documenting Reality Forum was actually operating an FBI honeypot-type website after he himself made a deal with the feds to get out of jail time for operating another site that hosted revenge porn. She felt that, after being well known on the forum, Awake was chosen to be a patsy for the real shooters in the case. She said that the shooting was actually carried out by 2 FBI agents from different vantage points. She came into jail to enter into a video call with Awake, asking him how he felt about the conspiracy. He jumped on board immediately. In the call, he said that this was all a false flag, that his interview with the police was only a performance, and that it had been coerced out of him with torture.
None of this is real. This whole event was a false flag operation employed by the people who hide behind the FBI. The witnesses are actors. The interview was a performance. They tortured and coerced me into falsifying evidence. John Willoughby and Alex McFadden are special agents of the Chicago Division of the FBI. They were both on the ground that day of July 4th, 2022 in Highland Park, Illinois.
You're
They
crazy.
also held significant roles participating in the operation. I was given the tab.
This woman then came to
crazy.
post the video of the call on social media. It was later determined that Awake himself hadn't broken any rules just by participating in the call, but the woman had broken the rules by recording and uploading it. She was then banned from making any more calls to that jail, effectively severing their contact. In November of 2023, it was time for Awake's next hearing. His father, Robert, showed up to the courthouse wearing a white t-shirt with "I'm a political pawn" written across the front. In his mind, he was now part of his own conspiracy. He was given a stern talking to by the judge, who threatened to hold him in contempt of court if he didn't change his clothes. It was worth noting that Awake arrived to this hearing carrying an English translation of the Quran. He also made it known that some of his religious texts had been taken away from him while in jail. Awake surprisingly decided to plead not guilty even after all of his previous confessions. His trial was then set for February of 2025.
It's all a right-wing joke.
Before that, though, at a hearing in June of 2024, it was said that he was willing to plead guilty to a lower 55 counts, 7 of which were first-degree murder, and take an immediate sentencing instead. While the courts had felt that he had finally noticed the writing on the wall, he once again surprised them by continuing to plead not guilty after all. Throughout all of this time, many of the survivors and their families filed a number of lawsuits. Some of them were against Smith & Wesson, the maker of the gun used in the shooting. Some were against the Illinois State Police for their previous failure to act, and some were against Awake's father. The jury selection for Awake's trial formally began on February 24th, 2025. That very same day, the prosecutors dropped a number of charges against him, those being all of the aggravated battery charges. As the trial grew closer, Awake finally agreed to plead guilty on March 3rd. He pled guilty to all the remaining 69 counts against him only a few hours before the trial was set to begin. His mother, Denise, made a plea to the judge to shut everything down and stop the proceedings. The judge gave her a warning and she stormed out of the courthouse in anger. It was noted that, when Awake signed his name to waive his right to a trial, he signed Donald Trump's name alongside his own. Now, instead of a trial, it was time to schedule Awake's sentencing. The maximum sentence he could get hit with in Illinois would be life in prison. For him, it was a sure thing. On April 24th, 2025, that sentencing finally came to take place. Awake was sentenced to 7 life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. The sentencing was actually over and done very quickly. This led to a lot of anger from his victims who were still waiting in court. They were hoping to hear some sort of apology or at least a statement from him before he was taken away. The state attorney said that, due to the fact that the sentencing had concluded so quickly, there was no longer any time to speak. The next day, Awake was transferred from the local jail to the Statesville Correctional Center in Crest Hill. To this day, we still don't know why Awake did what he did, and specifically because we know so little about his motivations, some people have begun to feel that maybe it was all sort of some conspiracy, either fully or at least partially.